Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibaba, kilibaba, kilibaba. Kilibaba, kilibaba, kilibaba. What I want? Yes, I do bad today. Spoon TV. Yes, I do bad today. Spoon TV. Spoon. Bala. Skiddy dabado. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment. Go. Let's say go to there. Go to there. On the spoon. Yes, I do information. On the spoon. To be
From the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South and Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon.
Well, great songs on the radio. This is Spoon FM, your great radio station. We are live on Spoon TV Live, Spoon Talk Live on YouTube, Fabric TV, Super TV, Spoon Talk, Fabric FM 101, Super FM 95.5, and Spoon FM 107.5. My name is Baron Brown. I'll be in this studio this evening up to 12 o'clock. It pleases me to welcome you to the biggest platform in the Republic of Liberia. And I've been joined by Jeans Gude Flomo, that Richardson. She's also on this live, and all of our panelists will be live as well. So let us go to Jeans Gude Flomo and the rest of the panelists this evening on the show. Good evening, Jeans.
Wow, good evening, Honorable Chairman, the dynamic chairman of our time. Good evening, Dr. Richardson.
James, how are you? Good evening, Chairman Byron. It's good to have you. Welcome to Spoon TV. I don't believe that we interacted before. I did watch a program where you were producing. I'd just like to welcome you to the family.
Thank you. And it gladdens me so much to be on radio and television, the biggest platform in the Republic of Liberia. I have come to learn from you, to drink from your wisdom. And my boss, Start on Water Spoon, the CEO, our boss. Thank you very much for welcoming me on this platform.
You're welcome. James, how are you doing?
We can't complain. Come on, us.
That's great. Yeah, that's good to hear. Well, it's awesome to see both of you today. I'm in a different part of the world. Oh, there's an echo going on here. I don't know what's going on here.
I think.
Can you hear?
Baron? Yeah, okay. I think it's okay now. It's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
it's okay.
Yeah. God did a great job reminding me to be able to transcend from one culture to the other in a matter of days. A couple of days ago, I was on the soil of West Africa and North Africa, and today I'm here in the United States. So God is an awesome God to be able to afford me the opportunity to do that. So I'm thankful.
And,
Okay.
and Dr. Richards, you have a pleasant voice.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So, Baron, can you bring us up to speed? What are some of the training issues that took place today in Liberia?
Well, one of the trending issues today, as you may be aware, this issue about the former vice president of the Republic of Liberia, Joseph Boakai, his health condition, has was brought to a public left line, and the likes of Lima Bowie, and but today he was publicly seen at the Unity Party headquarters, where quote unquote some disenchanted members of the CDC, they endorsed his presidential ambition, and this is trending now on the social media, where he was vividly seen in the public, amidst speculation that he had problems with his hand, one of his hands. And so today, and one of the things that is also making headlines on the social media is the former, let's say, the political leader of the Alternative National Congress, Mr. Alexander Cummings, also met with VP Bwaka at his residence, and the both of them, they had conversation, and some supporters of the Unity Party and even the ANC, they are also running with this, and some Liberian citizens are also running with this and holding them. Uh, But we, the public, really want to see whether this is going to transition into a unity, because you know what happened between the Unity Party and that of the all, let's say, the ANC, the all Liberian Party, and the ALP as well. You know the history. So those are things that are really making headways right now on the social media, and even the country, some media practitioners, they are also discussing it right now. The
Okay.
former vice president meeting Mr. Cummings, Mr. Bwaga also come in the public domain to unveil himself. So that's the trending national issues for now in the public.
Okay.
Anything else?
So what do you think about this, James?
I'm coming. I'm coming, Baron.
Mhm.
Other things. I'm told that how you call them, Liberty Party, half of Liberty Party political leader is also meeting with Boakai at the moment as we speak. That's Senator Yombly Kanga Lawrence. She attended the event Barra spoke about. I'm told she's currently meeting with the former vice president. After you, Damartin. That is what's going on now. After you, Damartin.
Mhm.
So I'm told she's currently with the VP.
James, what do you mean by after you that my time? Can you elaborate for our view?
Ah, the thing Barra told we yeah, Cummings went there. After Cummings and our time.
Nyobli.
I don't put young Cummings on the same level. Cummings
Why?
presidential aspirant.
But they are all
I don't know.
political.
I'm looking at your understanding of after you that my time.
No, one way or the other, you can put them on the same scale. Yombly wants to be vice president to.
Mr. Cummings, I've never told anyone that he wanted to be vice president, to my knowledge. So let's just get the correct information here.
I'm coming now.
Okay, good.
Let me learn. I just trying to learn. Senator Yombly wants to be vice president to Boakai. Cummings wants to be president. Half of Liberia won. Let's say majority of the population talking about Cummings becoming vice president to Boakai. So Cummings and Yombly, in another way, they want to represent Liberia by going second to a single man. But Cummings, as an individual, has not come out to say, I want to be vice president. But majority perceive it that Cummings should be vice president to Boakai. And let's say maybe like 30% or 20% of the population or the opposition members want for Cummings to go second to Boakai. So if I say after you, Damartin, it means the two people who are indirectly fighting for the same spot were able to meet with the men they want to be with.
But James, has Cummings said that he wants to go,
I just said no.
Has he said that?
So I know that the panelists would probably explore the matter and sometimes get involved, but I think for the purpose of information and clarifying to our Liberians, we asked a great question, Chairman Byron. Mr. Cummings has never, ever on this program. I'm still, you spoke very well. I sat and quietly and listened. Mr. Cummings, not on this program, any program has expressed that he wants to be anyone's vice president currently. Okay, he has never said that whether directly or indirectly. So I think that putting them on the same analogy that you use, putting them on the same level. I think
I agree they are all political
it's confusing. It's confusing and deceiving to the public.
But the only person
political leaders.
The only person who has expressed her interest, and this is clear, is Senator Nyomdi Kanga Lawrence. Correct. He has said that if Joseph Boakai decides to take me as his deputy, I'm going to accept.
I agree.
But Mr. Cummings, he hasn't said that. So we have to say this for the record.
Yes.
I think I just told you majority of the population or 20% or 30% of the opposition members want for Cummings to be vice president to Boakai. But Cummings as an individual or an aspirant has not come out to say, I want to be. I just said that.
Yes, good day.
About 6 out of 10.
I guess you interrupted me. You interrupted me again.
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. Just kind of how we present information to the public. This platform sometimes it's just concerning to me when you say somebody came and said that my time after your time.
No, I did not say somebody said that my time after your time.
Okay, when you
said Cummings left and Yombly went, so it is after you that my time.
And I asked you to elaborate.
And I elaborated. I said.
And then you put them on the same scale.
I put them on the same scale as.
And I'm correcting you to say. And I'm correcting you to say that I don't believe that they should be put on the same scale.
They are
presidential. Okay, Mr. Cummings is a presidential aspirant. Okay, he's a presidential candidate. Yombly is not. What she said was she would accept if Boakai should ask her to be vice president. So when we make that sort of analogy and put them on the same scale, I think we are being a bit deceptive to the Liberian people. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, and I said it is not deception because majority of those who will be responsible to elect a new president, a new vice president, or maintain the current administration who are in the opposition, about majority of them believe that Cummings should be second to Boakai. And some believe and some believed that Yombili also should be second to Boakai. So there where I came from to say the both of them. But one has declared their intention to say, yes, I want to be, if I'm asked, and one said, I want to be president. They have not come up publicly to announce that, yes, I want to be second. But as for those who are charged with the responsibility, they believe he should be second. So there where I came from. Good evening, Honorable Kev Hassan.
So I want to just add for one more clarification, just because it is your perception that the population believe that Mr. Cummings should be second and another set of the population believe that Yombli should be second, that does not mean that your analogy is true in terms of that's my time and this is your time. The word that you used earlier.
That is why I said perception.
Well, yes, but perceptions are not true. They are not.
Yeah,
how will you come on such a big platform with a perception? You know, you can't do that.
Honorable Kev, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
What's your take on this issue about Cummings going as second to Boakai, looking at the majority of those who will be elected, either a president or a vice president, regarding the both of them?
Well, Cummings decided to go the second place. He decided. He made that decision already.
No. But I hear people saying he will go. They say
who his people? Who are his people you were speaking about, James? I respect you as a student who's studying journalism and political science. You don't make these these comments and say his people. Who are these people? Who are your sources?
The electors.
Who are the electors that telling when did we have people that elected?
Can I come in? Can I come in?
Even I'm coming, Baron. Even if we can just do a little survey here now.
So you have not even done a survey, and you're saying even if we
I'm just telling you, if we can just do it now, this is something that we have been doing.
You are predicting even without even doing a survey. You are making a comment without doing a service. This is a disservice.
In Liberia, we have conducted. No. I'm coming to the register. In Liberia, we have conducted opinion polls. And we got people views that they believe they should have a Boakai Cummings ticket. And some some of them came out to say we want a Boakai Yombili ticket. That is a fact in Liberia. I don't have to come out to say it. That is a fact in Liberia. If you take the microphone, I'm coming, Baron. I'm coming. Okay. If you can take the microphone now in the street and say which ticket you want to see in the opposition, Cummings Boakai ticket is going to dominate than any other person. It is not from me. It is from the electors. They will tell you. You go to Lofa, Bapo, the Nimba, Maryland, Bomi, Sano. They're going to tell you Cummings Boakai, Cummings Yombili. It is a fact in Liberia. I don't have to say it here. So if I'm saying the electors want Cummings Boakai ticket, I'm saying it because I was there, I conducted interviews, and these people expressed their views to me. I'm not saying it because I want to sit here and talk. Liberians believe that Cummings Boakai should be on a ticket, and some believe that Cummings Yombili should be on a ticket. They are the two, the two guys or the two individuals who the one of them to represent. People believe if Cummings and Boakai get on a ticket, we are is done.
Dr. Richardson, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Chairman.
Thank God that Kev Hassan is also here, and I know the CEO will soon join us. But I want to side with what James Goode just said. Many days the both of us will have different views on this platform. I promise you. What James just said, because we are on the ground, no disrespect to you, but if you were to do
I just left Liberia, by the way.
But you did not conduct our interview in the street.
I conduct that and then go, stuff that James just said. I'm from the All Liberian Party. I'm a political commentator of the Spoon FM and television. This institution, right? Now, here's the thing, and I side with James Goode Fumo. If you carry your microphone around, there are many people who believe that Mr. Edizana Cummings.
That is not the origin of our conversation, Chairman Barr. I'm sorry to interrupt. The origin of our conversation started when the way how James described the visitation of Mr. Cummings and Youngly. Okay, and I was trying to correct him to say that at no point
No,
Mr. Cummings agreed to be vice president, which is what he was implying. Okay, and putting Youngly and Cummings on the same platform, on the same playing field, saying that these two people will be vice president to Mr. Boakai. And to some degree, he was saying that indirectly. And I'm correcting to say at no point, which I believe you agree with me, that Mr. Cummings ever said he was going to be
no,
to anyone.
no.
Youngly was the one who has accepted that, which you also clarified to the audience. And James, if you didn't say it, that's fine. You corrected yourself. That is fine.
No. You did not get me. No, I did not correct myself.
If you are talking about pooling and going out in the field and what people expectations are for who they want to be vice president, that's fine. That is what then you say that's what you're talking about. But when you're talking about presentation and you talk about this is one person time, which is the word. What was the word that you used? What was your words?
I think I'm coming again. Majority of those who are here.
No, that's not what we're talking about.
I'm sorry for those who just coming. The word I use, I said, as we speak, Senator Yombidi Kanga Lawrence is visiting the vice president, the former vice president, and I ended up by saying, "Is after me that your turn, or after you that my turn?" And then you ask, you said, "Have Cummings come out to say he wants to be?"
I asked you to elaborate.
Yeah, you asked me to elaborate.
There are some Liberian citizens who want for Mr. Benena Ure to go as a running mate to Joseph Boakai.
Baron, let me clear.
No, you didn't mention that part. You didn't
mention that part. I'm coming, Baron. So I came out to say the two people who visited Boakai today, one has declared their intention to be vice president, and the other one, the supporters' perception is he should be, but he has not come out to say he wants to be vice president. That's where I came from. I did not say Kumi has agreed to say he wants to be vice president.
But then you further expanded on your conversation.
No, but that way I came
what the electorate wants. I'm not going to argue with you. I heard what I heard, and Liberian people heard what they heard.
No, but people all on the street will tell you.
What I'm trying to tell you that when you speak to the Liberian people as the biggest platform, you need to speak.
No, Dr. Richardson, you did not get me, and I think my explanation, maybe you did not get it right, but I said one of them has not come up.
You said after me, that is your time. That implication, okay, that those words that you use, I asked you for clarification. And then you further went on to say, put Mr. Cummings and Youngly on the same playing field.
Yes.
I corrected you. You.
But how are you correct me when I said the system?
You then came and made up the excuses by adding what the electorate wants. Okay, that's how you corrected yourself. You brought in.
I have a question. I have a question for this platform.
Dr. Richardson, after the show, you can go and listen.
I know.
You can
I know this
Baron
will soon join us, but I have a question, and I hope Keith will also come in. What do you make of this ticket, Joseph Boakai and Mr. Benena Ure?
Actually, Baron, I really have not thought that far about Joseph Boakai and Benena Ure. It sounds like something that a part of the discussion. We should really have such a discussion. It's an open playing field right now, but I really have not thought about it. Yes.
Okay, so again, maybe many people who come in will say it, and I still maintain this because I worked in Liberia and I conducted several opinion polls. I did pairing and I did individual opinion polls where Cummings Boakai won. And again, let me just end up on this. My statement was the two people who visited Boakai today, people believe that they should be vice president to him. One has agreed, and the other man said he wants to be president. He has not come out.
That is a very good narration.
Yeah, he has not come out to say he wants to be vice president. But I said
that is very clear. That is very different.
Of the electors.
That is good.
Perception.
Yes, that's how you should present yourself.
But that's why I said that the Regency. That's why I said I did not say Kumi said he wants to.
Calm down. Stop getting all excited. Nothing to get excited. We're just having a natural exchange and information.
Yeah, I did not say it. I did not say Kumi has
I don't
agreed
know
to
why
say
you're
he wants
getting
to
all
be.
jittery. I don't understand you getting all jittery, James.
No, I'm just saying I did not say Kumi said he wants to be vice president to Boakai. No.
James, at what point in
Nobody
your
said
argument?
time by time. Jeans, you cannot.
I said time by time. I said
You
that.
said time by
And
time.
it was time by time after Kumis, Yomli. Kumis was the first to meet Boakai today after his program at his party headquarters where Yomli was. Kumis went at his house. I think when the CEO comes there, when the CEO comes on, they will bring pictures and everything up, right? And after he left, Yomli went there. That is why I said,
as people who are on the biggest platform, we have to be very careful of our words.
this is not being careful, Dr. Richardson. Everything I say is
I don't understand why you're interrupting me. I don't understand why you're interrupting me. You speak and I listen to you. Okay, thank you. So when you use words like after me, that is your time, it has many implications. That's why I asked you to clarify. I stopped and I asked you to clarify. And in your clarification, you were talking about putting them on the same scale. That in fact, you used the word scale. That was your words. And then I'm further again saying at no time in which you are saying that now, which I believe is the way that in which you should have presented. And I'm done with this case, James. I'm actually finished as long as we have made the clarification.
So I miss public, criticism that the former vice president, he was not in good health. What do you make of his appearance today in the public forum? I'm talking about Mr. Joseph Boakai.
Oh, Kafiko, you don't tell me.
We'll discuss this as a group, and I think you should. Those are all great questions for you to ask. But I have a feeling that CEO probably, since this is the happening of the day in Liberia, I don't want to, just predate the conversation.
Okay, so you can go ahead and welcome some of our people.
That'd be great. So I'd like to welcome all of you viewers. It's been a long time since I did this. So audience, whether you are listening by radio, whether you are listening by watching TV or on social media, really thankful to have you here all of the time. You are the one who makes Spoon TV. So I'm not going in any particular order. I would just start by welcoming Say Ali, and I'll also welcome Marcus W. Tupa. I'll welcome Tay. He also said, let me see, Tay, I think you deserve to, what something Tay said. I'm sorry, I can't read it. It's going so far. I want to welcome David Yanu. He says, welcome home, Dr. Richardson. It's good to be home. Team Milk Meat. I also like to welcome Brown. He's watching from China. Val, we're so thankful that you're watching us from China. I'd like to welcome Paula King. Thank you for welcoming me. There's a lot of echo I'm hearing. I don't know, somebody needs to mute themselves. I'd like to welcome Carl Gloria Voca Mobla. She says, welcome, Dr. Richardson. Welcome to you too. Lucini Mohammed Dukli. He says, I'm following. Franco Sese says, the pump the puppy with the energy drink. And then Alvin Williams says, I'm watching. Morris Kennedy, he's here. He's watching from GSA Road, Painesville. I remember that road very well. Welcome. We have Alex Johnson. He says, JNB keeps shining. You get more to say. I'd like to welcome Eric Dazzy. Too much something Ari is saying. I didn't read that too well. Somebody said James loves messing with you, Dr. Richardson. Richard M. Mohandi, let's come and do the right thing. Dasmond Bomi says hello. One. Yvonne says, hey, hi, Yvonne. How are you? She says she's watching from United Kingdom. Oh, Yvonne, you're already all the way over there. Glad to see you, sis. Let me see. Lucretia B. Do Nimbley is also watching. Joshua Russell is watching. Abraham Yampan is also watching. Says, God bless the CEO. PK Tukba is watching. Edwin K. Thomas is watching from Pipeline. Eugene Solomon Pierre is also watching. Sadimon Duber is watching. Something please my red oil. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but your red oil. I did bring some dry fish from Liberia. I'm going to be cooking pampara later with that, with some just sweet dry fish from Liberia. I think it's kuta. I brought with me. Desmond Boris is also watching. Sadia Williams says hi, Spoon TV. Mango Wendy says, Dr. Richard, we love the way you calm the discussion to our level. Feli Dayoya says, I'm watching from China. Another China. Rabina says, welcome back. Hi, Rabina. How are you? A childhood friend, Rabina in Minnesota. Charles J.S. Young says, Jeans and Byron on the scene set is like a man having two first name as full name. It's good to have both Jeans and Byron's here. Wilson M. Smith is watching from Peloton community. All of those who are in Peloton community in Liberia want to welcome you to Spoon, be giving you a shout out. Mary Lincoln says she's watching from Atlanta, Georgia. We have Atlanta, Georgia in the house. Thank you so much for watching. All of you guys who are in Atlanta, Georgia, welcome to Spoon. Gregory W.P. Dell is in Canada. We have, oh my goodness, we have China, Atlanta, Georgia, Canada. This is how widespread we are. I actually experienced that in Liberia. Everywhere I went, people were talking about Spoon. So this is a great service that CEO is doing here for the Liberian people. Lord Charles Cully says he's watching. Seattle E. Harmon is also watching. James David is watching from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. James, welcome to Spoon. Archie Sita is watching. Bilson Pay is also watching from Johnson City. All of those who are in Johnson City, thank you for joining us. We appreciate you. I'm going to circle back to the team. I see CEO and Kev Hassan, Uday, and Baron are here. So I'm circling back to you guys.
CEO, welcome.
All right, how you guys doing?
Well, tell God thank you for life.
James, what you say? I had to sign the cross, James. You know, saying Kev and Dr. Richard saying, I have to pray, you know. I have to pray. Chairman, Baron. I mean,
Yeah.
I have to, my man, we get only one chairman at Benson. If he can't, he will get better with you. Chairman Tato. But I'll say this to you, I have to pray because Dr. Richardson is back. Liberia, she's back in the house. You know, I heard that Dr. Richardson slept all night, all day. She even missed class this morning. Kev, can you imagine what Liberia did to Dr. Richardson? She even missed class this morning. Wow. If you were wicked, if you wonder why you were calling Dr. Richardson, she couldn't answer the phone. She couldn't pick up.
I had Jacqueline.
I know it happens.
Going through the time zone change.
It happened. Kefiko, the most dangerous Spoon Talk panelist. The no hold back. Making hold back. What's up, Kefiko?
Asking for Kevin like Bureau.
Everybody got something to say. Negative or positive. Somebody must say something about Kev. He's a newsmaker. Kev is a newsmaker, so it is what it is. James trying to be a newsmaker, but James is messing up.
So one of the things that I often told people in Liberia that all of the panelists on Spoon represent someone in Liberia. So, you know, you're just going to have to live with it. Liberia is a diverse country. So that's my explanation when they ask me about Kev and everybody else. It's like we all represent someone's point of view, someone's culture, someone's background. And that what makes Liberia a wonderful country.
You're right. And that's exactly what we all need to think about. It's not about you. It's not about me. It's not about even one man idea. It's about the entire Liberia. We all coming together, that melting pot. You know what I mean, Byron? We all need to come together with different ideas and argue our case and present our own opinion to the people. So when they make up the mind and decide on something, it should be a collective views of ideas, you know, to make them to have a right decision. But man, I'm tired. Just thank God that Richardson, I got into New Jersey when it started raining. Yeah, because the plane just arrived. I was like, you know what? I'm praying. Let me just when we touch, everything started coming out. The rain, everything. I say,
Well, money, yes, you can say.
yeah, God money me. Kev was on my phone to the plane touchdown. Kev is concerned about me though. Yes, he concerned about me.
Buddy.
That's why they think about body I beg you. Who can be Kev buddy? Only person that we are that Kev buddy.
Yeah, your buddy say about you.
Only person that we are that Kev buddy.
Actually, no,
Mm-hmm.
can I say that, Stenson? With everything people can say, I have to say too. While I was in Liberia and Kev heard about my bereavement, he was among one of the very first person to call me. With everything, he was like, "How are you doing?" It was just we had a decent conversation. So, in as much as we all can fight and talk about dislikes of a Kev, there's something inside of him that is warm and caring. I just wanted to put that out there, and I think he publicly Kev for calling to check on me. And that does not negate the fact that we're going to fight on the show, okay?
Listen, man, my people, I go show you. I will tell you this though. JMB at the party headquarters. The party headquarters, JMB was there. JMB met Mr. Comis today. JMB right now is in meeting. The first meeting was with Samuel Kofi Woods. The second meeting right now, Yombli Kanga Lawrence, I think the meeting just got done. Tewan Gonglo and Tubana Tipote met JMB a few days back. JMB is meeting everybody. You guys really want to believe it's the I wish you well meeting or something else in that? I'm trying to think though, what's that meeting about? Is that I wish you well? Byron, give us some overview. You're in Liberia. We will start with you today. Folks, welcome again to the Spoon Talk. Eugene Lamy Fagon will be on the show today. Timothy George is coming. Dr. Richardson Ben Senvi probably going to be joining us from Togo Lomé. And I like to say to every one of you, come on, let's have a great discussion. If you want to be part of the program, come on. We are here waiting for you. Let's talk. Let's talk the Spoon Talk. We said thanks to Leo yesterday. He represented well. And we'll be discussing all these different meetings and the way forward. And I will say to you, Jeremiah Kuhn has confirmed that he will be on Spoon Talk next week. Jeremiah Kuhn, the senator from Nimba County, the man who's now as stand-up bearer for the MDR, Prince Y. Johnson, Peking, he will be on Spoon Talk. And I asked the senator, you're coming on Spoon Talk, it's what? We're hearing a lot of stuff. He said, Stanton, wait for me. I am coming on Spoon Talk. And I will make the case. I will make the case for the people of Nimba. So I was shocked, Dr. Richardson, when he said he would make the case for the people of Nimba. What that means? He want to make the case not only for Nimbadians that are in Liberia, but even outside of Liberia. He said, I will make the case for the Mandingo people that live in Nimba, for the Mano, the Gio, the Crown, and he began to go all out. Seriously. He had a serious conversation. He will be coming. I was asking some questions. He said, let me come on the show and answer the question. So we welcome Jeremiah Kuhn, who will be our guest. We announced the time. It will be wonderful. And we'll have some serious conversation. If you know Jeremiah Kuhn, you want to know Jeremiah Kuhn, Senator of Nimba County, he's coming to tell us whether he will be running, because Prince Johnson have said it, whether he will be going in as a presidential candidate or vice presidential candidate to whosoever, we don't know. But something is happening, folks. Jeremiah Kuhn and his godfather, Prince Johnson, they are meeting folks. I heard they met Alex Starter. They met Senator Banning from NPP. They're probably going to meet JMB. They met Tewan Gonglo. I'm hearing all these things, and folks are confirming that Prince Johnson and Jeremiah Kuhn on a mission. Chairman, you're in Liberia. Tell us from your end what's happening in the news. Give us a little overview, Chairman. Byron, Byron. I don't want to say there's too many Chairman Byron, because if Ben come on, I got to stick with Ben. So Byron, tell us what's happening.
Well, I think it was a big morale today for the opposition bloc, the Unity Party folks, when the former vice president of the Republic of Liberia and the standard bearer of the Unity Party, today he was vividly seen in the public fora, amidst public criticism that he has not, he was not okay, that he had a problem with one of his hands. I think it was a victory for him. That's why some political pundits believe the fact that he will muster the courage to come today to welcome some people believe to be quote unquote disenchanted seditions at the Unity Party headquarters. I think it is a boost for the Unity Party. And Joseph Boakai meeting with some of the hardcore opposition figures, like the names you just mentioned, CEO, a sense of good message that they are waking up. The opposition is waking up in order to fight to democratically unseat Ambassador George Manuel Weah or President George Manuel Weah democratically.
But let me ask
But
you, Byron. Let me
yes.
ask you. Let's go back to that. Let's go back, because I think some of this event, I believe you'll be attending them. I hope they can give you a spoon bash and they can welcome you, understanding that you're from ALP. They won't hold that against you because you now work at Spoon. The argument KEF party going to make, CDC going to make, JMB welcoming just a beginning on the street. Somebody will call it like that. But President Weah will be welcoming senators and representatives that will be crossing over. What are you hearing from the camp, from the UP camp, regarding that argument?
Well, the thing here is CEO. You see, the major people, the actors that we will have to look at here are the downtrodden. It is not the senators. Yes, few senators will, endorse Mr. George Weah, second presidential bid. If you were around in 2017, Joseph Boakai, he was endorsed by many senators, but he
Almost
did not win.
17 or 18 of them. Yeah.
18 of them. But he did not win the election. So the thing here is, I think when you have the downtrodden, endorsing you for president, it matters so much for you.
So let me bring in Kev and Dr. Richardson. We'll start the conversation. I want to say thank you. Is there anything making news, with the exception of that program today by UP? Is there anything out there on the street that we need to know from Liberia? Am I asking you, Byron?
Well, aside from that, the visitation of Mr. Cummings, and those are trending issues. Mr. Boakai, coming the public domain, unveiling himself, and one of the things that making headways is the issue of the war of words between Senator Prince Johnson and the CDC. And I'm told, reliably, I'm informed that the president, he had a meeting with Senator Prince Johnson today in order to calm him down. So, because 2 days ago, Senator Prince Johnson, he attacked intellectually. He attacked the CDC that they did not, meet his expectation. They did not fulfill some of the promises.
What about the story about Western Cluster from the House of Representatives and that of the Senate? One of the representatives brought up Western Cluster, and we got accolade, and they're going to call them and question them. They're going to look into the Western Cluster situation. But I want to say, Byron, thank you very much. Stay put. We're going to be diving into Spoon Talk. And we want to say, just get the phone line ready. We will ask folks. We can announce also to add that to Richardson, Kev Hassan, the VP will be leaving the country this weekend.
The former VP.
He was a VP, always a VP, man. Come on, Cap. Cap, the VP. Once a VP, always a VP. I don't have to put former. People know. The VP Joseph Yuma Boakai will be leaving the country for the trip to the United States of America. In that light, we're gonna talk more about the importance of that trip, coming to America. What was their intention going to be like? And I'm probably going to reach out to the chief of staff of Ambassador Jose Yima Boakai to give us some overview as to the trip. Dr. Richardson, talk to us. These are some of the things that important stuff that making news in Liberia today.
Yeah, first I want to start off by saying the visitations by many permanent Liberians to the former vice president suggests to me that Liberians are very caring people. They are very concerned about the vice president's health. So I think that's why we're saying the influx of people going in, like you said, Woods, Mr. Cummings was there, Tipo Ted, Gongla was also there. That's great. I was just wondering that I didn't hear President we are going to go visit, or someone did he send a representative from the government to visit? After all, the vice president served for 12 years, so it would be interesting. I think just in the spirit of wishing him well, because they did offer transportation. I mean, if you can offer transportation, the least you can do is also to go and visit. So maybe they did. I'm not sure. No one from the government's name was called. So I think that would be great. And I think you asked a good question, Stanton, about how come everyone's visiting the vice president now? Is that a good sign or a bad sign, considering that he's about to travel? And I think lastly, it is important that we do get his regiment of his schedule, his itinerary that he's going to be adhering by when he's in the country. I want to know where he's going to be, when he's going to be speaking. I think I would recommend to the vice president to get a second opinion in terms of his medical health, since he was at Liberia's medical system. He's in a country, he's going to be traveling to a country where we have really good health care. So I hope that would be a part of his itinerary to go and get some medical checkup. So if that's the case, I think they can also tell us. I don't think that would be anything too high right now at this point. I think further explain day at party airport. I'll just comments for that right now.
Yeah, you are quite correct. Those are some of the important questions that we need to ask. Let me bring in Kev Hassan. Kefiko, can you give us your intro for today?
Well, like you said, the former vice president traveling. I believe he will seek medical attention, and that's the right thing to do. I believe there's a lot of smart guys around him. They will check him in to see what's going on. So I believe that will happen. And so far today at the headquarters, I think it's a good thing to see he was there speaking, and everybody saw him. I think I don't think anybody want him to be in the bad state of health, because we all praying for everybody to be healthy. Put politics aside. So seeing him today is a good thing, and I see you saying why people some endorsement. If anybody think that sedition leaving to go endorse Joe Boakai, he must be living on another planet. You must be living on another planet. I can wake up tomorrow morning and say, this person come, this person, Reverend Luther was here and he showed, I think, about 10 people or less than 10, beating drum to his house. and you have a massive program and say sedition, when you must be you must be living somewhere. You know it's and sometimes people just caught up in that sense of illusion. Just feel that they're living in some kind of planet and say that. But again, if you want to make yourself happy, you can say it. You want to make yourself happy, you can say it. But I'm telling you, watch this weekend and see when Fallow is hitting the highway and see sedition coming. And I will tell you, on the 4th of next month, you will see sedition coming. You will see. People start joking. Watch on the 4th and see sedition out there. Come on, man.
All right.
You'll stop joking, man.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me bring you some money in Young Widow George, the man I called all yesterday, refused to pick up my call. It's okay. Sometimes you treat your brother-in-law like that. That's fine. We can only text now moving forward. Politics is a bad thing, though. Yeah, but go ahead, Young Widow. Welcome to Spoon Talk, man.
Man, I wasn't too well yesterday. I want to bear straight after the show.
Okay.
Well, anyway, it's good to be back and good to see you, Dr. Richardson of KEF and Eugene Fagon, and of course the CEO. Today was a good day for the former Vice President of the Unity Party, the opposition as a whole. Anyone who has followed Liberian politics will know that any endorsement is important, no matter what kind of endorsement it is. Especially if you.
Yeah, why are you laughing, man? The show just started. Please,
if you
play with people too much.
Especially if you are a real citizen who been there from the struggle, from the
protected.
The CDC days. If you have followed election of CDC from 2005, 2011, you have the right to speak. If you just coming on board to be friends.
Wow.
To be friend of the president, different case.
It's too early, guys.
Would not say anything, would not condemn or endorsement of anybody. Because I told you last year, coming to this year, you will notice all of these things will happen. You have people cross-capping one party to another, this and that. And also, during the course of the election, there will be people who will come to endorse CDC, endorse President Weah. You will notice they will come this coming months. People will do it too. And you will not condemn it. You will say, well, CDC took people. So no matter whatever the case, people will come and join party. You expect these things to happen. Okay, there are disenchanted sedition, it's true. People who are not happy, who felt left behind, they will go the other way. People will join, we endorse Weah, we endorse Cummings, we endorse Taiwan, we endorse Boakai. I mean, that's what's going to happen in the next couple of weeks and months. So we should not come and condemn any endorsement. No, as I repeat, CDC, we experienced it in 2005, 11, and 17. All these things happened.
Oh, my sweet Jesus.
There. If you are a real person who been in Liberian politics from 2005 to this point, you will not just talk loosely. You will also respect endorsement of people because it's part of the process. So today, what happened? We gave it to the UP. They took some people out of this on the list today and so forth. And the former vice president received an audience today, important political actors paying a courtesy calls on him. And I mean, I'm sure people were wishing that's how it was. In reality, that's how it looks. But we know that they are divided. They have great division amongst themselves. But the best they can pray for is a united opposition going against the ruling establishment. So we should not just overlook anything. Wish the former vice president the best of health. We wish him safe travel to wherever he's going for his treatment. And we pray that all those running, including the president, all the candidates.
No, but the point of correction, though, they didn't say he's coming for treatment. To say wherever he's going for his treatment, he's coming to engage his partisan and support.
Yeah, he's coming against partisan, but I know the former vice president, wherever, if he goes to, he arrives in a developed country, he will definitely make sure that.
But it's not an announcement about treatment. I just got to get it out there.
Yeah, I agree, but I know that any human being right now, if you come to a developed country, you want to go for extra advanced medical checkup. I'm not looking at Liberian doctors to have the best in Africa too, but perhaps for the facilities and so forth, you want to check in, make sure that everything is okay. You know, you're about to go on a rigorous political campaign. The former vice president need that stamina, need that energy. And I think all the candidates right now, I think they should go for medical checkup, you know, and make sure that they are prepared for this rigorous campaign we're about to see in the next 9 months. So we look forward to it, and we just pray that Liberia will have a peaceful election, and we just look forward that everything will be peaceful and calm.
Thank you very much. The Fagon, Eugene Lamine Fagon.
Let me say good afternoon to all of you wonderful folks. In going to my intro, it's important that I inform the Liberian people, some of whom I see commenting on the live feed, that I'm not the owner of Spoon TV or Spoon Network. I'm only a guest panelist. And I was told yesterday that Mr. Snow had paid for his program and that he asked that I not be there, which meant that he wanted a one-way street. He did not want to debate. And I think you asked about the Western Cluster deal and the House of Representatives coming up with that. And the reason why I believe that Snow did not want me on here, because Snow could not look at me and tell me that the MOU expire after 6 months. I would have asked him to show me where. And if he wasn't able to show me, I would have shown him exactly that it did not say so, and I would have gone to it. So he escaped that. He told me that, he told the people that the Western Cluster deal, that somehow the MOU had expired. They were supposed to revert to the MDA. Mr. Snow knew that I would have told him that number 2 of the MOU says the MDA had not been rectified. So you cannot revert to something that is yet to be rectified. It is illegal. And so he told the Liberian people that indeed the MDA is something they are working with currently. You cannot work with it after it had told you that within 6 months of the quote-unquote execution of the MOU, the negotiations on the MDA would have resumed. You have not resumed that yet, so you can't work with it. It has not been rectified. So that's why he paid his money to come on here and make fun of the Liberian people. But the Liberian people are smarter than that. On the issue of JMB, I think many of you know were able to prove the other night that his hand did not die. That stroke did not bother him. And if anything to go by, whatever happened today, send a clear message to the ruling party in clear terms that he was healthy. I see Akara's Grace say they gave him energizer. They can even give him extra battery. What happened today was that people went there and they saw him alive. And he lifted a hand and danced and did all kinds of stuff. And he gave a speech. And what happened? The song today was profound. The people said, we pull you down, we will pull you up. We pull you down, we will pull you up. Now, what sort of crowd did we see over there today? A magnificent crowd. You cannot dismiss it. It's on TV, Spoon got it. And they should play the video. So, this issue of people endorsing, okay. When was the last time we saw a group going to join the ruling coalition? I don't think so. Because as I serve as deputy minister and a top official and a strong supporter, surrogate, and what have you of the CDC, we produce more crowds in the special election than any other party. We got flocked. We produce more crowd in the by-elections than any other party. We got flocked. We produce more crowd in the midterm election than any other party. We got flocked. We received more endorsements. Our chair joined our party. Zopeno joined our party. I can name more than 50 persons. And we still got flogged. We didn't win one. They beat us everything. But if we look back to history, Stanton, and if your memory serves you right, it was CDC that they took our gateway left from to go ANC. Louis Brown, ANC. All the people that I joined the different party came from the CDC. How many persons have left the
wait. Louis Brown was sedition?
Louis Brown supported the president. He said it.
Louis Brown was sedition? That's my question. Was he a sedition?
Hold on. And you asked the question?
Uh-huh.
Can you give me a chance to answer it?
Please do.
Thank you. There are two kinds of seditions. One is the Congress for Democratic Change, which is a political party. The other one is a congregation of political parties with an IES. NPP, LPDP, CDC. By extension, Louis Brown was a sedition because he was from the NPP.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, where is he now? He's in the ANC relaxing. Toga Gateway McIntosh gone. I can get you a long list of all the people that are gone. But how many people have left the other party to join our party? We have to be very careful when we talk down to people. Like Jefferson Koji talked down to Prince Johnson. Like Akara's great talked down to Prince Johnson yesterday. Then today the president called Prince Johnson to hold a foot.
So we're going to come. So Pop, I beg you, let me pause you. Because we were just asking for intro. Because we got to start this conversation, and I know you're ready to go into deep. You know, they got our movie Into Deep, good movie, go and watch it. But you're making some selling point, Eugene. Again, we need to have this conversation first, guys. Let's talk about what happened today at the UP party headquarters. Let everybody just direct the conversation on that something. We have the program as folks from UP, whether they send invite to other political parties, they said no. And because, you know, we saw Yombly, we saw, I think James got a clip. They move a chair and place a chair between the chairman and JMB, something awkward. Some people felt bad and they left. That we know. When they found out what you guys added an additional chair, they said Yombly was coming, but she was not invited. Some of them said, well, Yombly was invited. We got a program. James, can you put up the program? Let's see the program. And it left a bitter taste. You know, it left a bitter taste in some UP partisan, you know, mob. Because James, good day. Do you have it, please? James, can you come on? So what happened was that the program, we have the program, James going to share the program. We were told when we make inquiry that Bernard Ure they invited Bernard Ure and Yombly, but Bernard Ure had traveled, so Yombly came after session. But if you send an invite to them that to register their name, not part of your program, and they make the arrangement of chairs and whatsoever, just to find out, you know, it was planned by, as they said, folks loyal to Yombly, you know, they're trying to squeeze that VP thing in, and told us, well, come over, we would create a space. And as you can see, is it up? I think it's up, right? You guys seeing it? There you go. If you look at this program sheet from the program today, Yombly name was not on this program. Her name, your name is not on this program. They just squeeze Yombly in to show strength. It makes some of the UP folks mad. Some of the UP folks were mad. So, Fagon, the reason why we have to discuss this is today, JMB is leaving this weekend, coming to the United States. Mr. Cummings visited JMB to wish him well. To be frank, it's just a wish him well visit. How you call? Thereafter, we saw Kofi Woods. Kofi Woods visited. We have all the information. We got a picture. JMB today, he always going there in a way, but this was just kind of a very unique visit because JMB, the ambassador, is leaving. A few days ago, Tewon Gonglo, Togbana Tipote, they all been stopping by saying, listen, we came to wish you well. Surprisingly, Yombly arrived while Kofi Woods were visiting again today at the home of JMB after Mr. Cummings left. Yombly arrived, and and as you can see, the folks that surround Yombly today making her presence known, but it was too awkward for them to move the chairman away from the stand-up bearer, create another sitting place for Yombly because she decided to join them. Fagon, I want you to start this conversation before we go to Dr. Richardson. Some of them complained to me. They sent me the flyer, and they were just off. This was a political party event. They said we never needed any other stand-up bearer or political leader to come and mess our program up. And they saw that it was just a mess up situation, you know. But talk to me, Fagon.
And so they complain to you.
They complain. They send this.
So now
they complain.
you now become the godfather of all political parties.
I'm not trying to wear that hat, man. I just here to listen.
Why would you people come complain to you?
I'm not trying to wear the hat because we have the biggest program in the nation. That's why we're discussing it.
I'm not sure that's the reason.
It's not about I've become the godfather.
You could be an undercover U-pist.
No, I'm not a U-pist. Make your point, my brother. Not for CDC, a U-pist. Make your point, man. Let's do the red thing. I will slap the guy.
And leave the joke. I'm sure you've heard about protocols. Normally, Kanga Lawrence, if you don't want to call her political leader for now, she's a former political leader. Normally, Kanga Lawrence.
I still call her political leader because I believe that she stay.
That's why I say if you don't want to call her like Musa Ability say, Bromsky, 10 you ended, so her 10 you ended. If any way you put it, she's a political leader of a political party. Likewise, Benina Ure. Well, Ure was not in town. Since we've been running this marathon within the political arena, you cannot deny the fact that Ability, Liberty Party, and ANC Liberty, ANC Cummings have gone one side. But Nyobli and Ure have stayed with JNB. So, for the sake of protocol and the alignment of protocol, if you are sitting those people who should sit next to the VP in the event where Ure was present, Nyobli was present, now Chairman Sobodo sit down beside VP. If another country, if another president was visiting Georgia, you would tell Georgia, you would tell Eugene Nangbe and say that's Georgia.
The issue here is that she wasn't invited.
It doesn't matter.
So no. As per the program, Fagon.
That's the program sheet. That's not an invitation.
Fagon, as per the program, Fagon, listen now. That's why I started the thing with you. As per the program, right? They said, and can you put the program up again? And something about this.
That's the program sheet, Stanton. That's not.
Thank you.
The invitation.
That's the program sheet, right? And when we make inquiry, did you guys invite other political leaders? One group said no. Another group said yes. Where is Benda Ure? Benda Ure travel. Yombi is running late because she was in session. Not to hold too much of time on this Yombi story, because it's awkward. What I said to me, I mean, that's my own belief here.
Yeah, so let me just end. Say you got your belief.
Yeah, finish your record. We'll go to Richardson.
Everybody that is invited to a program gets on a program sheet.
Now you're a political leader. Now you're a political. Say you say
but
she
that's
is.
The people, you were only invited. You are not placed on the program. You are only invited. That is the program sheet.
You're making a good point. Let's bring in Dr. Richardson on this. Dr. Richardson, listen to what Honorable Fagon is saying, right? Whether I should stay calling honorable or not, I don't know. But listen to what Eugene is saying. And
at least you can call your brother who didn't serve in the government honorable.
I mean, leave my brother alone.
Give it to him. I got a problem with it.
Leave my brother careful alone. But your point, Dr. Richardson, let's have some serious conversation here. Because some folks say, now you got to understand this. So there's a two group in Unity Party. The group that holds Yombly must be vice president, and the group that's saying no, Yombly shouldn't be vice president of the JMB. Only JMB can make that decision. They every out of the way saying we don't want Yombly as vice president. Then you have that group that's saying we want Yombly as vice president. That's how this thing flowing. Both sides talking to me. They are making the argument, and I'm just listening because you know what? We come on the show to call the shot from our program. I got no fish to fry in the oil, but I'm just calling the shot. From the program today, your thoughts, Dr. Richardson?
It was good to see Yombly at the program. I believe that not having her name on the sheet and having her speak at the program may have been a mistake by the Unity Party, because obviously she represented herself as we at the during her lecture. She kept on referring to we, meaning that she and the Unity Party have some common goals that they want to offer to the Liberian people. So I don't know if it's the fact that Yombly is a woman, although she's a senator, that the Unity Party did not include her on the program sheet, but yet and still she got to speak.
Oh, because she's a woman, so they didn't include her? Hey, man, Dr. Richardson.
I said, I don't know. I said, I don't know. Maybe, sometimes people tend to underestimate and don't value what women have to offer. So, I mean, she she spoke and she had a lot to offer. So the fact that maybe she's a woman, I just wonder if that's why they didn't add her on the program. They even had to go to the extent of making extra space for her to sit, knowing that they invited her to the program. So that's why I think Unity Party made a mistake in that area.
Okay, but as we learned, you say she wasn't invited. At some point, one group says so, and another group said, because you're right, it's all from Unity Party. I will keep Kev for last on this one. Let me bring in Sintoman and George.
Concerning the program today, look, let me be honest with you. We're getting to the critical stage. Okay, make no mistake. The former vice president his search committee is already on looking for his VP pick, and I don't blame Yombly though. Any opportunity I get, I will make sure I take advantage of
it. Right?
Yes. So today, you could tell that Yombly will not part of the program, but Mo Ali, who's I believe an ally, or Yombly, who's one of those who pushing Yombly to be the VP, Mo Ali made sure, and Mo Ali was very strategic, and he's actually smart. Got to the podium, and he forced Yombly to be part of our program. And Yombly too, in her remarks, she played. Look, Yombly's a politician. The woman is getting the more smart she's been again for long, so she understands the dynamics and the dialectics of the political stuff in Liberia. She got to the podium, took advantage of it, and he listened to her remarks. She was very, very measured in her remarks. Yombly used the word we. Yombly remarks today sounded as if she already been selected as vice president, and that was a smart move she made. When she spoke, she said, "We study you guys
So that's exactly where I want you to where you're going. At the end of this search, if she's not the VP, what become of this whole we? Because we are speaking to folks from all camp that actually you're right, Timon. You have two forces right now. One group saying we don't want her, another group saying we want her. The Mo Adi and the rest of them saying she must be. I'm talking about folks from UP. We have some other dead devil in UP saying we don't want Yombly. And I know them. I talk to them. I talk to the Mo Ali. But it's a possibility that Yombly cannot and will not be the VP. Likewise, it's also a possibility that she could be. What happens if she's not? Sintoman and George. I thought she said, I want to be. I put my hand up. Can I be the VP? Can you take me, JMP? I beg you, can you take me? She printed a t-shirt. Can you make me your VP? She talking to Buchanan. Can you make me your VP? She went to the rally that she wasn't invited. Can you make me your VP? She made them to squeeze a chair between the chairman and JMB and say, can you make me a VP? She made Delon to go lie down on the floor for JMB to put his hand on Delon. Can you make me your VP? She tell Mo Adi, I will give you everything. I must be a VP. Pick me. What if she's not?
Man, your next job should be a political propaganda this year.
No, man, I can't. No, I can't.
I'll tell you.
You all right now. Also, you, maybe from you.
No, I'm good.
Yomli deserves the right to be a VP. She earned her stripes for that job. She has played her part. She has done everything to be
But then, so if you say so, Kev, I beg you, Kev, let's take 2.2 seconds for you, Kefigo. If you say all this thing you're saying, the question, folks that don't want Yomli to be a VP, I say, why she have not endorsed JMB openly, like Yuri have done. Yuri been there from day one. Yuri's been there from 2016, from 2015, from 2017. Yuri say, it's me, kill me. I support Joseph Yiman Boakai. Take me to the river. I support Joseph Yiman Boakai. Say what you want to say. Take my cell phone company. I support Joseph Yiman Boakai. Joey sanction me. America sanction me. I support Joseph Yiman Boakai. Say what you want to say. That's my man.
Well, but
Yobli have not even for a kitty endorse JMB.
Yeah, but if you
I can JMB say in the good reason, good faith that I can trust this woman. When you get Dylan saying the woman get plan B, when you get more Ali saying the woman get plan B. Come on, man.
All I can say is this though. Look, Yomli, even to this, you can tell that she did an indirect endorsement. If you listen to her words, her weddings, indirect endorsement.
Indirect endorsement somebody with E. Why can't you say?
Well, I mean, but still no. It's not telling that she's already, that she's supporting Boakai. It's not a rocket sound about that to figure that. We know that. But for me,
why can't you say it? Why can't you openly say it though? Say I endorse JMB.
Yeah, but the best thing now, right? You see, if I were in Yomli shoe right now, if you look at chairmanability, right? Chairmanability, he been making.
Okay, I'm sorry, I bring my voice down.
Comment. He's talking about unity. Chairmanability is pushing for unity in the Liberty Party. If I were them, Unity is not fighting right now. The issue that came up this week with that ruling, Unity say he's not going to. He offer unity, reconciling.
I mean, we know better to give now, but we know better to give. You know what we offer, man.
So the best thing they could do right now, rally around him and unite the party. If the party is united, she comes from a strong position, or as Kev can say, a strong position of strength in a negotiation. But if the party is divided, it makes it, that's a problem too. But if I were her right now, take care of my business in my party, unite our party, they will come from a position of strength. But right now, if
it's too many. And everybody on the show know too many George now. Kefigo, I know this is Kev praying for this, that there should be a Joseph Boakai and a Yomli ticket. So he will agree with every one of you. So I would just take myself, I'll be quiet, Kev will talk for 100 minutes, then from there we'll go to the next topic. Kev.
No game time. I don't say 100 minutes, got Kev will pass it.
I think we're missing the point. I regularly use that line. I always use. She no longer coming from the point of strength. She coming from the point of weakness. She don't have the liberty behind her, so she fighting. So when you see her coming, putting away, doing all those things, because she's a fighter, she want to be there. She say, "I want to be there," because she's not bringing Liberty Party anymore. Like before.
So what was she bringing, Kev? Good point you making. She's not bringing the Liberty Party. Is she of value then? Does she have any political value since she's not bringing Liberty Party, Kev?
No, she's not bringing anything.
Thank you. And that's the argument the other folks are making, Kev. This woman is not, she's not bringing Liberty Party. The woman, Kev, let me set this thing up because
coming from the point of strength, her name will be on the.
Thank you. Her name is not there, Kev. Let me say this. The woman is not bringing Liberty Party, Kev. You make a good point. She's not bringing money. You make a good point. In less than 2,000 votes, she won Western Gafeni in Grand Bassa. She cannot put up 50% of the vote in Grand Bassa alone. What can Yomli Kanga bring to the table to serve as VP to Joseph Yiman Boakai for them to unseat George Manawia? Nothing. That's what CDC praying for Yomli Kanga and the Joseph Yiman Boakai ticket, because they know it's a first round victory for JMB. She brings nothing. She's from the Senate. She dip and flow. She take the $30,000.
But
she has done everything. So at the end of the day, why she put your hair up? Pick me. But Kev, continue, my brother. Sorry to interrupt you. I mean, this will be a beautiful show today.
Yeah, nothing to add on it. She didn't bring it, so let's move on.
Let's move on. And guys, the only reason why we are saying this because
so why are you fighting the ticket instead of letting it be so you can beat the ticket?
No. Listen, the only reason why we're having a conversation is because the squeeze of chair between JMB and his chairman.
So why
They went into the office and took one of the old chair and brought it and put it down and said, because it got real upstairs. He went in the office, he took one of the old chair. He said, anybody can get up.
Program sheet, they let her speak.
Anybody can get up, everybody can get up. And they brought the old chair, and they brought the old chair and they let her sit down. My man, but here's the important thing. Everybody looking for that person that can bring something to the table. Yombly cannot bring the money. She was in Equatorial Guinea just recently. We know that story. Yombly cannot bring the money. Yombly cannot even bring the entire Bassa. Was she having a beef with what's the girl name? Charlene Bronsky? She cannot. It's a split in Buchanan right now. It's a split in Bassa. But what did
Charlene tell you?
But hold on, let me finish, my man. Now your time to talk about it. Can I do my talking? Yeah, but okay, man. Let's go.
You took Kev time.
Kev gave me his time. Kev gave me his time.
So you're communicating in your head and
No, we got our phone. We're texting each other.
That one part you.
Okay. Thank you for hearing that. Let me bring in the Bassa that the data that won an award today, and people saying thank you for building all the hand pumps in Liberia. The man have built over 100 hand pumps in every county. They got Dr. Peabody name. Dr. Peabody, congrats. We're talking about that great achievement. We are proud of you. You know,
thank you.
I can say on the show, you build one in Ghana, so you build more.
You also been part of that.
I'm a silent contributor, and I appreciate you. But folks, that's our girl Yombly Kanga Lawrence. We love her though. Well, we just say what we have to say. No hard feelings. Don't get into your feelings. If Yombly want the VP thing, she know who to talk to. But if Yombly feel that she can go wild way, then it's up to Yombly. But JMB is traveling to the United States. Let's talk about the other issue now. Fagon, you bring a lot of stuff up from your end. But we want to stay put. The visit today, Mr. Cummings, let's be very straight up. It was just a friendly visit. Mr. Cummings went in there to say, I wish you well. I heard you were sick. And there was nothing political because we have everything from that camp. Mr. Cummings shook hand, took picture, and left. Thereafter, Kofi Woods came. You guys know Kofi Woods. We should be bringing him on the show shortly. Kofi Woods came and Kofi Woods said that, you know why, I came to greet you. A beautiful, beautiful day, and I wish you well. Then here comes Madam Yombly Kanga Lawrence, and she went back again to spend few minutes with JMB. Folks, what's on your mind, Kev Hassan? I'm done with the UP. We're done with the JMB and those that want to greet him. We're moving on to the next conversation. And I will ask you, what's on your mind from CDC camp? Kev Hassan. You're muted, Kev.
Well, this weekend you look forward to some engagement by Nathaniel McGill. So watch them, you will see it. And then the build up for February 4th. People will want to play down a crowd. They want to play down with a get crowd. They announcer there's crowd. Although you say we're done with the UP, but what I saw today of the stand-up bearer of the Unity Party crowd in a parking lot of their headquarters, it was not encouraging.
You what? What happened in the parking lot?
The crowd that I saw in the parking lot, because where they were was the parking lot. That's the parking lot. It was not encouraging. So what I saw today was the parking lot. As a Unity Party, a big party, for many years, the standard bearer Go to an open terrain, open field. Show your strength. Show your people. Lock down Wall streets. When 2020, James Sloan made that announcement with Boulogne was locking down the entire city. He knew the tower sits. The tower was shaking. I look at it today, it's dinner bearer. I mean, first of all, they said there was going to be a parade from YMCA to the headquarters. Nobody showed up. There was supposed to be a march for YMCA. Nobody showed up. But people are not watching that. When I come on this show and I tell the Liberian people this is going to be a first round victory, some people don't want to accept that. They don't want to believe that. So they pretend not to accept that, but they're saying it. They're saying it. Just the crowd that received Natal Maggie at the airport, triple that crowd is up for JMB. This is not no senatorial race. This is a presidential race. This is serious business. Your people need to come out. Nothing was saying. And we're talking about Monserrado though. When I made the same statement about Lofa, that the people are not coming out in Lofa for JMB, everybody cried me on the. People say, "Oh, you're talking crazy." Oh, yeah, Kefiko, it's another crazy man. You're on Blue Moon. And when I said what I'm saying and what I'm hearing in Lofa, it will be a trouble. They say it's a Blue Moon talk. You say it again. In a parking lot, that Broad Street is supposed to be on lockdown. That is supposed to be traffic because it's the standard bearer coming. But the standard bearer cannot match Nathan follow McGill.
So let's move on, Kev. You're making some point. Let me bring in the other guys. The issue about the standard bearer going to the headquarters. I don't know who want to take this one. That's what Richie said. You want to jump into it? The man said in a parking lot, but it's Kev, man. I want to keep Fagon and his best brother, Sentiment and George, for life.
You know, Kev is referring to crowd politics in Liberia, and you know, some can argue, yes, we need the crowd, we need people. This is a political season, but I think it's also fair that we assess the characters of people who are running to be leaders for our country. It's not just the crowd; it's what do you have to offer and present to the Liberian people. What does McGill have to offer and present to the Liberian people? What does Joseph Boakai have to offer and present to Liberian people? What does Alexander Cummings have to offer and present to Liberian people? And we can go down the list. So when we have that conversation and we add crowd to it, I think it would be helpful to the Liberian people. I wanted to go back to the speech, if we can, Joseph Boakai's speech that he made today at the headquarters. I think it would be helpful for us to look at some of the things he talked about. I was really surprised that the vice president was talking about developmental stages in Liberia. He talked about, you know, from 1 to 5, you crawling, from 6 to 18, you graduating from high school, from 19 to 22, you get out of college, from 22 to 26, you're looking for a higher degree, from 26 on, you talk about 26 years of life, 65 retirement age, 65 retirement age. You know, people, I wonder where was he talking about? Because the Liberia, I know this development stage does not work. Many children who are in high school in Liberia are not 18 or in college. They are not 22 like in this world. Children in Liberia, because of lack of resources, start school late, and therefore they end up graduating late. So I was a little bit concerned when the vice president was talking about developmental stages in comparing. I don't know if people are getting what I'm saying, because I deal with that often, but then making that analogy to the Liberia that we have, I was wondering, is this the country that he wants to run, and talking about people being in college and higher education from when many of the students at LU, in fact, there were students demonstrating today at LU saying that they are not getting proper education and not graduating on time. So I was kind of concerned about applying developmental stages to Liberia. Like I said, Liberians visiting the vice president. Lastly, I would say I think it just suggests that they're concerned with the vice president. They are well, giving him some great greetings, hoping that he gets well soon. So that's my thoughts for his visitation and his comments today.
Are you saying that we shouldn't talk about developmental stages because we are Liberians or because of the country Liberia situation?
That is a great question, Stanton. You know, learning is good. We Liberians return to learn and get all these degrees and stuff like that, but we don't apply it to our culture, to our country. Okay, and that's what I'm talking about. The developmental stages that the former vice president was talking about, it's not applicable to Liberia. Where do we see Liberians graduating at 18 from high school?
It's not applicable because of the way in which it was written. Because when it was written by those folks, they were only referring to a Western country. It's not applicable because of our own cultural heritage and how the country is today.
When people were writing the developmental stages, they were looking at Western culture, and people do not graduate. I asked a couple of schools while I was in Liberia. I visited a couple of schools, and I asked before every time I went to present, I asked them, what is the average age of your senior here? Because of course I was looking for voting age students to speak to. A lot of the kids were 18 to 24, still in high school. That's what I was informed.
Is it because of the developmental stages or because of the situation they find themselves in poverty?
The situation they find themselves, poverty.
So
some of them.
How can we say it's not applicable then?
What do you mean? Developmental stages, when you go,
according to, if you are fortunate, if you know, that would be another conversation for another time, because if you have resources and you are blessed, you can go to school and graduate at the age of 17 and 18. Finish college, 26 probably, with a master's degree, all because you have funds, you are blessed, your parents are blessed. But if you find yourself on the poverty line, then that's the issue. So to say that it is not applicable because of Liberia, that's why I'm confused.
So yes, and let me clarify what I mean to you, because I deal with this regularly. Okay, so developmental stages is very applicable in the Western world because children are expected to be in school at a certain time. They're expected to graduate at a certain time. In Liberia, it does not happen consistently in that manner for us to start making those kind of acknowledgments saying, oh, people will graduate at 18. No, people do not graduate at 18. I study that. In fact, many of the UN reports look at how children begin education late in our country.
People do not, but it shouldn't. Well, we cannot say people.
I'm sorry, I was saying something due to poverty, due to lack of funding for them to go to school, due to nutritional reasons, due to lack of schooling, due to being prepared. So for those reasons, and so I was just kind of concerned when I have someone who wants to be a leader of our country, making that kind of acknowledgement in comparison to a country like Liberia. So that kind of concerned me. You need to keep your thoughts open to see that, to tell the Liberian people there are students, there are people in our country that due to their situation, due to poverty, they will not be able to go by these developmental stages. That's what I'm trying to say.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. And I hope we can have these conversations more often, especially to help folks, because it's very good to come down to our day-to-day living in Liberia. It's very good. Thank you very much. Let me bring in somebody, then we'll go to Dr. Peabody. If I go, you can take us home. Going back to what we were talking about, not the developmental stages now. Georgie?
Yeah. Okay. We're discussing about the because
you see, I was telling you, right? No. We come back to you. We allow Fagon to bring us up to speed, and you understand.
I want to know which way.
You see what I'm telling you? Fagon, can you help your brother?
No, because honestly, I want to make sure that we're on the right.
Okay, so Fagon will bring you up to speed. the Eugene.
Tell you something, man. Okay,
No, but
that's okay, Georgie. Finally, we'll bring you up to speed.
Because we were talking general about Sunday.
Direction acceleration thing we're going, you know, very good direction. And what she was saying, we got
but Kev, my point coming from is this.
Very important.
Let me say this now. Kev, I think Kev needs to. There's a report that on right now. They call it the 5-year performance report of President George Weah in office. That report talks about the President Meetup project. Out of 292 promises made by President Weah in the CDC, up to date, they are only implemented 8%, which is 24. Yeah, as we speak today, 91 is ongoing, which is 31%. So when you talk about first round victory, you got to look at all of these issues involved. Okay, and that report is tracking everything that the president and CDC said they were going to do when they were running for office, and they have been saying it all along. So if you talk about first round victory, look at that issue, because these are things that the opponents will bring. They'll say, but you say you'll do this thing, but what happened? So imagine out of 292 promises made, only 8% you have implemented, which is 24. So that's that when you talk it out, say, if you be involved in Liberia elections, you won't just talk loosely about first round. It's mathematically impossible for a party to win first round election in Liberia, especially this day and age. The great Manu Salif that accomplished a lot in her first term. She didn't win her first, she couldn't beat us CDC at the time in a first round victory. It took her a second round. And as we speak, within the ruling establishment, they are still going through their own forming a coalition together to put it together. They're still having problems. PYJ walk out on a meeting with the president. He walked from a meeting very angry. And PYJ ran, and the president insisting that PYJ should insist that Kun should not run. Because if Kun is running, it will bring a problem for CDC and the president. So that's why I say things are happening, and to get to that point, do you know, Madam Salif, she provided 36 jobs to Nimbayans. President, we are going to provide 10 jobs to Nimbayans. So the Nimba is a factor. So I hope when you're talking, I hope you're talking with facts and statistics, not just talking, because it's going to come up. So I just want to put you on your guide that would look. We were there 2005, 11, and we saw 17. We don't just talk what you see on it. So you say,
out of imagination. What
no, but let Tumani finish. Let Tumani finish, Cap.
I'm talking figures. Go to the 5-year plan. The document is out. So
what you want to
imagination?
But let you finish, Cap. Let you finish, please.
So if you're looking at my gay coming in the country, all the thing there, you look. First of all, do you know what's happening now? The U.S. government now, we are hearing snippets that they believe that everything is happening now. The sanction is being undermined. I say, be careful how you talk. Just leave.
What are you talking, man?
Stop interrupting him. No, Cap, stop interrupting the man. Let the man speak.
You don't go that route.
Let the man speak. You will have your time. You will have your time. Let him speak.
And so don't just look at somebody arrival and who know how this thing happen. People don't just happen spontaneously. No, people they prepare for this thing to happen. To come up together. All politicians do it. Not only one person that do it. Other people do it. They'll go the route. Say, okay, somebody come in the era tomorrow. You're prepared. You coming, and they'll come up. At the end of the day, that's how they do all the time. General somebody from Magibi General, they will show her again too. The same way. So it's not having spontaneously happen. Be honest, be careful. Don't use it as don't gauge it to say, well, that will make they win all the counties. Okay. I will grade the KDC credit. They have invested a lot in Lofa County. They invested a lot in Lofa County. So I expect the result of Lofa to be very positive for CDC this coming election for the investment they have made. Okay, but it's not just one place and just one setting you look at. And the crowd thing you're talking about you look at the parking lot today. Look, let me tell you, before I end, 2005, 11, I don't know where were you, but I know I was around. CDC put out the largest crowd in the country. We came out with the crowd. What happened? Ellen keep on beating us. So don't look at this crowd thing and use it as a yardstick. Because if you really been following CDC politics from 2005 to 11, then you won't talk. But I think you really follow it, because if you follow it, you won't make any kind of comments you're making about the crowd. Go ahead, CEO.
No, thank you. You are making some good point, though. You are making a very listen. These are very serious time in our country. Sometimes when you say this thing, people get mad. You know, I get all my friends that telling me about Yombly, and I get Daniel Sando texting me, giving me words and things that I would not reply to, but I will acknowledge the fact that he was watching Spoon Talk right now, and I will send a shout out to Daniel Sando. But Honorable Eugene, let me fight on. But my brother, let's just take it from where Tumani left off. There was a meeting. There was a meeting. Let me finish. I beg you. Maybe because I paused, they confuse people. There was a meeting though, and then Prince Johnson is even stronger than before. There was a meeting that involved Jeremiah Kune again. You know, they are saying no. But let me ask you, and I'm asking the worst person, so to speak. Why President George Weah do not want Jeremiah Kune to run? Why he begging Prince Johnson say, do not allow Jeremiah Kune to run? Why this thing? I thought folks were telling me Jeremiah Kune running was a blessing to CDC. It would be a blessing to President Weah. Why not President Weah himself? Because Prince Johnson said it. Drop down on the floor. Hold Prince Johnson foot. Hold Jeremiah Kune and say, I'm begging you, don't run. Why? Why President Weah begging Prince Johnson and Jeremiah Kune not to feel candidate in this race? Eugene Fagon.
First, I think the answer to the vice president numbers with respect to child development is on the live feed with the majority of the people. 2010 was 12 years ago. 2000 was 22 years ago. If a child was put in school at the age of 5, most of the children in Liberia, as confirmed by all of the parents here, are now graduating between the ages of 17 to 20. There's no doubt about that. We have had consistent peace, and people have been going to school. Once they start at 4 or 5, that's it. It's a wrap. That answer is right there.
Excuse me, Mr. Fagon.
We'll bring you in. Dr. Richardson will bring you in later. No,
I
you
just
will
want
not
to make this
interrupt.
one
Dr.
point.
Richardson, you will not interrupt. With all
and
due
then
respect, I beg you, Mama, don't interrupt.
I just don't want to forget. I want to
Dr.
refer
Richardson,
to
write it down.
this
Write
minute
it
is
down.
very well
You
read.
are good, you are good writer. Dr. Richardson, Dr. Richardson, Dr. Richardson, I have to mute you. I did that to Kev. Let me do that to you. Let the brother speak. Write it down. I beg you, Mama. Go ahead, Eugene, please.
So that is, the answer is in the live feed, and everybody will attest to that. Children are graduating now at those ages of 17. Before the war,
wait, the average age of which a child starts school is 10 years
Dr.
old.
Richardson, messing the program up, though. Dr. Richardson, you're messing the show up. Dr. Richardson, I will have to mute you, man. Please.
I know I'm speaking.
I beg you. Let him finish, Dr. Richardson, please.
No, I mean,
it's okay.
Act like he knows everything.
Yeah, but we gotta stay on track. We'll come back to you, Mama. We just have to mute you. I'm not doing it, but the producers are doing it. Honorable Fagon, can you please?
It would be nice if people start reading the live feed. There is 4,600 people watching, and nobody here can tell me that thousands of people are wrong and one panelist is right. You see the thousands of people who live in the country as, in fact, telling you at what age their children graduating.
So we expect Mr. Fagon to just talk and then I don't
respond.
Now,
yes, you will come back. You will come in. Let you finish.
Who in Liberia right now sending their child to school at the age of 10 years old? When you say the average child, meaning the average child go to school at 10 years old. My people, but let me that one. It's not important yet.
Well, you're important. I will discuss it today.
So let's go back on track, Fagon. When we get to Dr. Richardson, she will reply to you. We have already Salamatu just added to the group, so we gotta move on time. Fagon, can you go back to Timothy?
You know why?
And I ask you a fair question. Fagon. Why is it President we are backing Kune and Prince Johnson not to participate in 2023 the presidential election?
You know why you were laughing at Tomali? The question you brought and said everyone should answer was Kumis and others, Kofi Woo's going to visit the VP. And then Kev talking about the little crowd, this and that. In that answer, my answer was, it demonstrates statesmanship. When Ellen came, she never even slept the next morning. President Weah went to visit her because she was sick. But he did not go to visit somebody that was right next door to his house, or who had come home, or he did not even place a call. So you see, and that thing just got kicked off the burner. That doesn't show statesmanship. My Ellen came from America. So in the morning, you went to her house. The man stayed in the hospital right beside you. You never voted there. You never called him. He came from the hospital. You didn't go to even say, "Bye, sorry," or saying that for one person. But let me answer your question. You know, your question was, why are they begging Prince Johnson? Those of us who are students of political science, who listen to people talking, and we know that the platform we're on, we're talking politics, we know that they're playing on our field. It's not that they're not Liberians or they don't have brain to think, but you're playing in our corner. If for any reason, Nimba County in 2017 produced 214,000 votes, you all write it down on paper because I don't want nobody to miss it. In 2017, by population growth standard, Nimba people can bomb more than any other tribe. So we're not even going to guess that. Nimba County in 2014, you all write it down, produced 214,000 votes. And Prince Johnson won in Nimba. Okay? So let's come now. Take River G. River G had 25,000 plus vote. Grand Crew had 25,000 plus vote. You ask me question, I'm giving you data. Sano had 34,000. Grand G had 41. Maryland 41,000. That's 5 counties. Again, the 5 counties, the total vote in 2017 was 41,000 for Maryland, 41,000 for Grand Jida, 34,000 for Sino, 25,000 for Grand Coup, 25,000 for River G, for a total of 167,000. Can you compare that with Nimba alone that produced 214,000? Can you? So when on Nimba mais still not today, pas voir à that 5 counties gone right there. 5 from the southeast. So if Jeremiah Kun runs and a party like CDC who did not listen since October till now, there is no coalition. And I challenge Kev to challenge me. NPP have not signed. LPDP have not signed. So only the one CDC there. So if Jeremiah Kun run and he takes NPP, LPDP, the Rainbow Coalition of 7 political parties, ARCO, LRN, what is leader for Jowia? They 5 counties, you get all to him, 167. What is leader for Jowia now? So he's a smart man. He lay down on the ground and said, "You don't leave me here. I beg you." And the only problem he faces now is trust. Jowia got the money. Jowia got some people. But the trust is what they don't have for George Weah. And that's his problem. For 6 years, you trade your friend in. Now you're your friend in. They got you by the neck. You ask me why he shouldn't run? That's the reason. He has, second to Monserrato, the most vote-rich county. And if he run, he will be taking votes from George Weah. Boakai will remain stable.
Wow. Let's move on. Fagon, want to say thank you very much. It is true for us to bring in, and it is time for us to bring in Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, same question to you, though. This thing is getting serious. You say what you want to say. The president of the Republic of Liberia begging Jeremiah Kun not to run. as president in the 2023 election. Begging Prince Johnson, don't do this to me. The people of Nimba shouldn't do this to me. Begging. Like we said begging, not like, please, no. Begging. Like the president went on his knee to beg. That's the information we're receiving. So people can say what they want to say. But on the other hand, Dr. Peabody, you get a Koji, you get a Akaris Gray, insulting PYJ.
Right.
Insulting him.
Right. And you know,
talk to me, Dr. Peabody. Talk to me.
You know the thing, CEO.
Dr. Peabody, before you talk, let me say hi to Salimatu, yeah, please. Salimatu, hi.
You are interrupting our flow, brother.
Oh, but the man just speaking. How you doing?
You
How you doing, Palestinian?
All right. Yeah, hello, everybody.
You guys
how you doing, Palestinian? But CEO, let me say this. Greetings, everybody. But let me say this. Did we all know he was going to run 2023? If yes, why did he not live up to the commitment that he made? Okay, if you know you're running 2023, you made commitment with these people, then you should have lived up to it. Now the Liberian saying, the old Liberian saying, first food that food, right? Second food that's something, right?
That donkey.
Yeah. So why did you make up the problem? You see the same thing happening in the MPP. Okay, he made a lot of promises that he couldn't even go by. Not with Prince Johnson, okay? Then if you want Prince Johnson, if you don't want Jeremiah Coon to run, then pay the people of Nimba, pay the money back that the content development fund from Mittal Steel.
Prince Johnson said not going to stop Jeremiah Coon from running.
You see,
even they can bring the 7.5 million. Prince Johnson said, hell no, right. It will not stop Jeremiah Coon from running.
And then you going behind Prince Johnson, the place that the people, the godfather of Nimba, you go behind him and bring in a few pocket people say they having rally welcoming.
You go in here one time cussing in here time.
In here time cussing? You serious? Y'all will pay. They will pay because if Georgia cannot afford to let Nimba go. If Nimba leave Georgia cannot be president of Liberia again. Let's be realistic. If Nimba leaves Georgia, that's done deal. So he will have to find a way to engage Prince Johnson.
Well, what's the way? I know we're bringing Salamatu and go back to Dr. Richardson and Capital, but what's the way? Prince Johnson is on right. Listen, Prince Johnson, the papa will call me every second. My son Stanton, you know you my son. I said, Papa, when you went on D12 fee, during the war, we were picking in. You start calling for everybody, oh my God, go have my papa. He said, but what the counselor? My papa was gone under the bed. Prince Johnson took his guitar. Prince Johnson started playing. Oh, how I love Jesus. Oh, how I love Jesus. All running on Twitter feed to see Prince Johnson. PYJ. What picking there? No slipper, no share. Yep. Prince Johnson had a guitar in hand. So I remember I said, but Papa, you remember? Prince Johnson said, my son, that my music there. Oh, how he can play guitar very well.
He's good. You know,
he's most sang the song. Then he said, my children, yo, join me, let's sing. Yeah, everybody. Oh, how I love Jesus.
You're not fire the four.
I'm not singing blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, you're not fire, but five Buddha.
She said, yeah. Gino. She said, calling everybody, we start running home. But man.
You know, but CEO. It seemed that the people just can't trust President Weah when he makes a commitment. He didn't know this day was coming. I don't think he knew this day was coming. You tell the people you get a job. The job, a lot of for the other people, you close them. You tell pre-judge you close them. You cannot live in this. We cannot live in a closing word. You got to be when you make a commitment, you gotta live by it. And if this is not resolved, what I see here, President Weah have to spend a lot of money to get Prince Johnson back on. I'm not a fan of Prince Johnson. We don't agree. But when it comes to Nimba and Prince Johnson, he is like the godfather. Take it or leave it.
And I will say this, though. People
the man that said they want to Prince Johnson. Oh.
Salamatu, let me say this to you. Say what you want to say, Salamatu. Prince Johnson called me. He watched his show religiously. And he's saying, hell no. They can even give the 7.5 million to Asela Mittal. Prince Johnson said Jeremiah Kun will run. Jeremiah Kun called me today. I was at the airport, West Palm Beach airport. My phone kept on ringing. I was, getting on, trying to get
Why
through.
you feeling Donald Trump?
No, I went on a business trip, trying to get through, and then again, I will say this to you though. I said, hey, Senator Kuhn. He said, yeah, my brother. I want to appear. I will be appearing on Spoon Talk. He told me to announce it, and I asked him some question I cannot say because he said we answer, and he said yes. He told me yes. I'm not going to say what he said yes to. These guys are dead serious, Salamatu. The Nimba people will be represented. The Nimba people will be running. They will be in the 2023 race for presidency.
Yeah, but Nimba is our is the second largest electoral county, right? Next to Montserrat.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And I mean, as Dr. Peabody and Minister Falcon said, you have 5, 6, 7 years to live up to some of your promises. You didn't do it. In the 11th hour, you come into these people who are seasoned politicians. They know the game. They know Chris Johnson, like he hating, whatever you want to say about him. This man know the Liberian politics. He know that he grind. He know it. You come into here in the 11th hour, the what? The kind of sweet talking, he vivid. You think he doesn't understand the game? What you trying to do? It's kind of sad though, for citizens. 5 years. Somebody sent me a message today and it says seditions were the best oppositions they've seen. They are a better opposition than even our current opposition. You were in opposition for 12 years. You talk, you complain, and you get there. You can make good on your words to specific people. Nimba is an important electoral county, and you can't do it. I don't see them supporting that. I mean, I honestly don't know what they can do to change Prince Johnson's mind. If he made his decision, I don't think there's anything they can do to change it.
We can confirm, just not to interrupt you, that Prince Johnson and Jeremiah Kuhn probably they have or they will be meeting JMB upon his return because he's leaving this weekend to have a very strategic meeting. They are saying we can confirm and we can announce that. The confirmation, Prince Johnson expressed his regret to yet Jefferson Koji and Akari's Gray insulting him and pushing him to the limit. I cannot say what he said, but he's not happy. And he's putting this blame on the president, not on Jefferson Koji.
They said I would carry men to the Hague.
Okay. I didn't get that information, Fago. So I cannot confirm that other information. But Salama, to finish up, please.
No, I mean, yeah, no, that was about it. I honestly don't see how they can change his mind for the support. CDC has a lot of work to do. They've been very comfortable thinking that people are just going to come back out there and show them support, and they haven't lived up to any of the promises. Not to Nimba, not to Prince Johnson, and definitely not to the Liberian people. I don't know if I should even start talking about the latest great report that came out regarding CDC government within the past 5 years. The promises they made. Out of those promises, how many they've actually kept is less than 10% of what they told us it was. So I don't understand why anybody will believe anything they say, especially in the 11th hour. Right now, it's almost like do or die. People come and start making all kind of empty promises. And for those seasoned politicians in Liberia that have been there, they're smart enough to know that they think that check in. Whatever you're telling us, if you didn't do it 5, 6, 7 years ago, you're not going to do it now. So, but it's going to be an exciting year.
It will be. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Dr. Richardson, will come back to you. Then carefully finish up with this other one. We got more to add.
Okay, thank you for coming back to me. Mr. Fagon, I'd like to just tell you that developmental stages and understanding human population is something that I do on a daily basis. You cannot come here and you have not working system and try to tell the Liberian people about the developmental stages that Joseph Boakai was talking about is applicable to Liberia. It is not. And I was trying to tell you and the people that are listening that I expected a presidential leader to be more open-minded, be more applicable. The developmental stages was developed in this country. a recent USAID report, and let me read that to you for your information and those who are listening, because I don't take the viewers' information here because it's just a sample.
We here to talk about America or Liberia.
Hey, excuse me.
Fago, do not interrupt her. Fago, don't do that.
Interrupt me.
Let she finish. I beg you.
It says that, okay, near half of the students enrolled in Liberia early education program are 8 years old, and sometimes even 10 years old, well beyond the target government age of 6 years old. For example, in 2021, the mean age of children entering school, grade 1, was 10 years old. This is from USAID. This was from 2021, and this is what I speak from. I give you an anecdotal, okay, example of how I went to schools and asked people in schools about how old are students that are in the 12th grade? How old are students when children start school? Many of them did not fall into the developmental stages that Vice President Boakai was talking about. And when you come on this show, I notice that you tend to want to present as you are an expert of everything. You are not. And I will not let you sit on your show, Mr. Fagon, and try to present to us that you know everything. I know what I know, and you know what you know. So please do not come here and counter argue something that I know and I study about.
Thank you very much, guys. We will not continue on that topic. We must move on to our original topic. There will be time and season for us to discuss the developmental ages and stages. Kev Hassan, you want to weigh in on what we were just talking about, Prince Johnson and Nimba?
You see, sometimes the only thing that gets me going is to realize that the Liberian people, they are smart. The voters are smart people. So sometimes when I hear people speaking, I get discouraged when I calm down and just realize the Liberian people, they're smart voters. Because folks who had mouth Prince Johnson call him the worst, are praising Prince Johnson now. People who bad mouth Prince Johnson and I will put Prince Johnson come tomorrow and hail the president. You hear folks, the same folks will be bad mouthing Prince Johnson would say, "Oh, the Magnitsky Act, we should be very careful." And folks asked that one person, John Mara, we have to be on the same stage with Prince Johnson. You remember the argument? President John Mara should be very careful. The American government will come for him. You should not associate himself with Prince Johnson. Same folks telling them now, say, "Oh, John Mara, we are government, you X, Y, and Z." The Prince Johnson, that attitude of deception, thinking that the Liberian people are so crazy that they will say, if they're against you, they badmouth you. For you, they start saying something good. That lack of consistency, that mindset. We have folks that saying, "Oh, if you go with Prince Johnson is this." Now Prince Johnson become the best guy now. Now Prince Johnson is the best. Oh, John Mara, if you not stand up Prince Johnson again, you finish. But wait until you see John Mara in Nimba with Prince Johnson. Clinton Waterspoon on the show, you see the same folks on the show will start calling the Magnitsky Act. Matter of fact, they will go sleep. Some of them will go to State Department, they will go sleep. Some of them they will call Christmas. They will be so mad. And sometimes it gets me angry. Why you have to play with the Liberian people's mind? Because if I for you today, I would say, "Oh, if tomorrow you do something to me, I will go all out to finish you." No, but folks were dreaming, thinking that in the practice thing will go apart. Wait until you see before February 4th. You see folks are signing. You see folks are signing. Let me tell you something. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you are. Nobody, Stanton, I want you to listen to this. Yeah, government, pay attention.
Okay, can I talk to my wife back? I beg you back.
Yeah, that one you can go now.
Okay.
No, pay attention to it. I don't care who you are on this platform. You don't have no information more than me within the CDC. You can run your mouth, or you don't have no information than me. Stanton, you're independent.
I see why you bend your head, because he tell fellow panelists, you can run your mouth, but if there's somebody, he will be quiet.
Amen. You told me not to talk, right? With people talking,
No, I'm talking to you because you see the CEO pay a hater.
CEO, you're lying somebody.
Yeah, you will have your time, Fagon, please. Let him finish.
But I will not say that to him.
No, you're an independent man. You're not among who I'm talking to. You're independent. Dr. Richardson, she's a ANC. It's all about you. But the rest of the guys, unless you belong to a party, you can come. But you don't have no information to come and tell Liberian people that we have that problem. I don't care who you are. I'm not talking to your folks, independent ANC folks, but any other folks.
To be specific and call names. Don't
create this system like that.
Respond to you.
Kev, don't do this.
Out of your
okay, hold on. I beg you. Tumane, I beg you. Tumane, let me finish. Tumane, we were still on topic. I beg you guys, please.
You see, they will hate me. I don't say, but when I come back, they get mad.
Kev, but listen, Kev, listen, but we'll do this. Kev, I beg you, Tumane, I beg you, Kev, let's do this. Do not directly throw this kind of words. Hold on, Tumane, hold on. Do not directly throw this kind of words to your fellow panelists. Let's talk on it. Tumane, can I do this? Tumane, let me do this. I beg you. Let's talk on let's stick on topic. I beg you. Okay? I beg you. We shouldn't attack each other. That's not right. Yeah, no, we shouldn't. I beg you.
Few seconds ago, I was brutally attacked like nothing else on this platform by my fellow panelists telling me.
But we will not be personal. Yeah, we will not be personal. Let's go back to the Prince Johnson issue. I'm gonna bring in data because I want Fagon and Tumane to cool off on this.
Yeah, but I have to.
Yeah, but it's okay.
That didn't move me.
All right, let me say this.
That's a few at it.
Let me say this.
I have to finish.
Let me say this.
You finished, Kev. You done.
Let me say this.
Kev, you done. Kev, let give that to people the respect. Let him speak. I beg you.
That it doesn't matter if anyone here that is privileged to have dealing with president, vice president, or people in the government, that is your prerogative, and it's fine with you. You can do what you want to do. You have access. Everybody here don't have to know everybody. I don't have to know this person.
Which you know where you are.
Okay, so I think we need to keep ourselves to the topic instead of trying to be personal. That you got more information than this. Let me say this: it doesn't matter if I condemn Prince Johnson a year ago and today. I still hold to the condemnation that I did the last time. But we are talking about honesty here. Okay, you cannot promise people. You can't get into deal with people and don't live up to the agreement of that deal. That's why we're talking here. Okay, you cannot tell people. It's not only the situation with Prince Johnson. You have situation with MPP. That a lot of people were promised job. By the time you guys came in, you took the people out of there. You didn't even care for them. You didn't even reach out to them. Okay, it happened with the vice president too. You did the same thing to her. Election coming now, and you're trying to mend fence. Now to everybody gonna see you. How can I trust you when I was in a deal with you? You did not even live up to 20% of that deal. Now you want to run? You want to go back to election? You want to do? No, as I said, Prince Johnson is the godfather of Nimba. You cannot send somebody behind him and think you can undermine him and you have your way and things like that. When Prince Johnson speaks, the people of Nimba will listen. They will listen to him. So you can't go there and say, oh, you're saying the war crime code, you do this. Why didn't you do it the last 5 years? Why you did not do it? Okay? You need the people of Nimba. You're promising them now. Pool. Do it and see what will happen and let your way win again. That one part, you will not even have the phone number. They will not have the phone number. They're not going to give them anything. They just need them now for election. Let them win and see how, what, you say, oh, I got 6 more. Yeah, who cares about the poor man? Let's leave the people and stuff like that. Okay? I think it was bad. You went into an agreement that was very, very bad. You can't, you have not proven that you can be trusted. If we go into another deal, how do I sign any kind of contract thing with you? This time before we do that, you drop me first and we'll go in the deal. No drop, no deal. Pay as you go. You don't pay, you cannot go. That's how it should be right now. Pay right down, then we go. Because right now, in that paper again, the exact money will drop. You sign paper for nothing because what? So that's it. But we shouldn't be trying to get personal with our panelists here. Oh, I know this person more than you. Or I get information. No, who really cares? That's your prerogative. I don't care.
Thank you very much, Dr. Peabody. Now I can bring in Timon and George, please.
Yes, we're discussing national issues. Let's discuss it. And I will say this though. I mean, I shall say this today. Peabody, you were there. Still were there. We met the president last year in February. What he said to y'all? Somebody what I did to you. Y'all were there, right? Exactly. He said, man, we were very close. So I choose not to be wherever you think you are to let you go. If I want to be there, I will be there and be more there than you. So don't be throwing that kind of funny job. I choose not to be there. Okay? When you say that this on citizen get mad because you have no strap to the struggle that the poor went through. When they were paying the seed money for this thing to germinate today. Where were you? Where were you? You just met him, met the president went and February in like.
Somebody can move on. Somebody can move on, please. Can we?
No, let him talk to now. Let him play.
George, can we move on?
What for the fact that you even be quoting, may put a gas scarce and I can't give you advice, then it's a trouble. There's a problem with the country. So when you come make a comment that people will just let you get away, focus on the issue and start going personal people because you ain't want to go that route. You ain't want it. Trust me, you ain't want it. Don't try to try it. Let me give you that warning because it's too. What you always going to go personal for? Give me a break, man. Come on. Look, PYJ issue. I've always said it, and whenever I say it, he like to hear me say it that he have been consistent, inconsistent, and that's the problem I got. I got with the senator. I respect. I mean, the senator. We know. I will say again. 2005, he supported all. Hey, when he supported Manasari in the runoff. 2011 came. He promised he'll support you guys. When time came during the runoff, as soon as they visited him, he changed. He said, "I'm going to endorse the president." He endorsed her. He supported her. Now, when he supported the president, we are 2017. He was on record saying, discussing and denigrating the president, talking all kind of stuff. Today again, we hear. So right now, as I say, it's not about. I told somebody today. I said, look, it's not about him. It's not about the people of Nimba. It's all about the people of own future right now. All about his own future. It's not about him personally. It's not about Nimba people in general. It's about his personal interest. The whole politics right now. So everything he's saying right now, I really don't give it credence because I know very well anything can change in a period of time in our politics. Especially so when you're going against a party that is seeking re-election and they fail the promises to people that help them. It's a tough situation that he found themselves in because people will be negotiating now not for jobs, but they're telling you they want financial inducement because they know that if the second term comes, the way they were treated the first time will be worse. So they're not going to play that game with anybody. So right now, since it's in a tough spot, for the negotiation for forming a coalition, it's a tough thing they're in right now. The MPP still they're not satisfied. You got the LPDP, you got the MDR, and so forth. So right now, in a tough spot. Like people already said, they will cause more financial inducement to be part of coalition supporting them to say they're going to talk about let's draw a coalition and we divide jobs if we win. That's not going to be happy right now. So it's very, very crucial for them. he found himself in a serious box, especially when they are negotiating for the coalition. So right now, with PRJ, I mean, in dealing with him, people can deal with him, but what I've seen over the years, like I said, I witnessed him when he and Yuri were together. I witnessed it live. We signed the document that day, wrapped the document. He got it and left. And then I said to somebody, I said, you cannot sign a document of that nature and we're not taking questions from the press. And he left. But he said he never signed a document, but I know I saw it. But it's up to them again. But in negotiating right now with the CDC is a serious thing. And it's in his interest for Jeremiah Kuhn to run. Okay, Jeremiah Kuhn runs. Jeremiah Kuhn knows he won't really win the election, but in an event where there's a runoff, he will be a crucial player in any negotiation. That's why UIJ is insisting that he run. But I show that Jeremiah Kuhn from the local scene I saw the other day, I really don't think he want to run, but he's under pressure. He honored the guidance of his political godfather, so he may run. But in a serious situation right now.
Fagona.
You know, according to the USAID report that says the average age of a child that enter classroom at the age of
Fagona, can we leave that USAID report? Can we go on? I beg you, Fagona.
No, we're leaving the USAID report.
No. Fagona, send me your cash app. Leave that USAID report. Leave that USAID report, my man. Let's talk about Prince Johnson, man. Send me your cash app. Leave USAID report.
I'm leaving the USAID report.
Yeah.
But if you enter first grade at the age of 8, you will graduate at the age of 19.
Okay, so you're right.
So Joseph Boakai was correct.
So let's move on, my man.
So let's get a challenge now.
No challenge. Let's talk about Prince Johnson.
I mean, I think you're speaking from different view.
No, that's okay.
That
we pass that. We pass that. We pass that. They may not forget it. Yeah.
We get an analysis already. Why PYJ want Jeremiah Kuhn to run? When you were talking to PYJ, I was a different person. You Stanton on this network. PYJ said you will have 1.2 million people. Then people just treat you any kind of way they want to treat you. Or you are not listening. You are not listening. That Beyonce was probably from the memoir. It simply means that I can't kill cow and eat dry. So we won't play with me and the Nimba people. 7.5 million. 3 years. You don't talk with Prince Johnson. You can't pay money. You know him. Let me tell you why I believe that Prince Johnson is asking Jeremiah Kuhn to run. Because in so doing, I want to be on record. In so doing, if the LPDP break away, which I suspect they will, and the reason, I'm not praying for it, the reason is simple. President, we have fake Ellis Tyler. He fake him and made his best friend senator. It's not secret. Recently, as recent as 4 days ago, and I'm challenging you, you know about it. Sir Joseph made a statement and said he will support Maurice Setuma, who is from the Unity Party. And Sir Joseph is an executive and a big man in the party. So LPDP now, Ellis Tyler, I suspect will leave. Now, James Barney, the VP and President Weah, because of the rivalry, chose Dan Marias over James Barney. So, if MPP and LPDP and MDR with the Rainbow Coalition and ARCO and Liberal Reformation Party, LRM also, movement, and the New Deal of Allied Topade, If they go into a coalition and meet Boakai or Kumis, it means Nimba is looking at a vice president or a president. So, assuming JMB say, you come, let's do this thing together. Kumis will be left on the burner. Assuming Kumis say, come, let's do this thing together. JMB will be left on the burner. Because in any case described here, it will be CDC and that mighty coalition that will go. And when they go, leper will be leper. Goat will be goat. Either Kumis will win if he takes them and go at the head of the ticket. Or as for Boakai, I can say either. It's a definite win with Jeremiah Kun as second. And here is the numerical play. Here is the numerical play. The numerical play goes like this. Lofa in 2017 produced 123,000 votes. Nimba produced 200. That's Lofa and Nimba alone. We're not talking about Monserrato.
Almost 3.5.
Yeah. I better see Papi for my mom. Now, if Monserrato add to it, Joe, we are in trouble.
The election over.
If the Bassa belt, which I suspect there will be no question. Let's start like this. Nyomli and Jonathan Kaipe will deliver Grand Paso. Jonathan Borchas and Javon Smith will deliver the other side. The other Bassa town, River says. What's his name? Nukwe will deliver Magibi. I know that for a fact. So, these are the vote-rich counties. And because President Weah did not win Bapolu, Bomi, and Cape Man, because they stole our iron ore, he cannot win. And those three counties have more votes than 4 counties. I challenge anybody. Bomi, Cape Man, and Bapolu have 134,000 votes in 2017 compared to Lacey, Maryland, Grand Coup, Sando, and River says they only have 126,000 votes. So the pathway to beating George Weah is like you putting hot knife through butter. The question is, how does it come together? Only strategists like me can make that happen.
Thank you. Salamatu. I mean, say what you want to say about Fagondo. He's telling the folks, giving us some good reason that this thing, CDC, it getting harder for CDC. I don't care if we say otherwise though, but is that me? Can you hear me, Dr. Richardson? Kev, can you hear me? Yeah, we have a break in the internet. So Salamatu, if you're back, and seriously speaking, what Fagon is saying is scary because it is true. If Prince Johnson decide to go the other way, Nimba will be a problem for CDC. The CDC can run around and say we got Lofa that's alive. You got some, but you didn't get all of Lofa yet. So this thing just slipping because of this Prince Johnson problem. Can you talk to us?
But number one, why does CDC even feel that they have Lofa?
Because they won the election that brought them to the trial.
Well, the past, I'm telling you,
Salamatu. But I'm talking to Salamatu now. Salamatu.
No, but that's my thing. Why do they?
You can say they have beyond Jada. Say what you want to say, but you know what? It was victory for CDC.
Yes, but no, Diamante, it was not a victory for CDC. CDC is jumping on the bandwagon, and that's fine. But this was the one.
So you want to tell me that the people in Lofa didn't know that CDC was supporting Jala?
They people in Lofa voted for a candidate. They
They
voted
didn't
for
know that
a
that candidate
who
was being
they
sponsored and
did not
supported
vote for
and
regard.
supported.
No,
So,
they
so
didn't
if,
vote based on party. Yeah. Those
come
people
on,
didn't
son
vote
of
based on party. No, but Stanton, they won county in the last election because let's Tulsa, you know, CDC web Joseph Boakai in every county. The one county he didn't beat JMB in was Lofa. Then CDC do nothing for Lofa. That now they have Lofa. That's why I want to understand what exactly do they believe that Lofa will turn around now and give them the votes.
So you are saying that you are removing Lofa from CDC column?
I'm moving Lofa from CDC count.
Are you removing Mozzarella from CDC column?
I'm not completely moving a Mozzarella yet from CDC count.
Percentage wise will be what?
They will get 30%.
You give them the 30%.
I get it.
Are you moving Nimba? What about Nimba? Is it all of CDC
Nimba,
column?
yeah, you know what? I do agree with everything that Minister Falcon was saying. Nimba is a key player in this. I wouldn't be surprised if we see one of our vice presidential candidate coming from Lofa. Lofa is a key player.
Lofa or Nimba?
I'm sorry, not Lofa. Nimba, not Lofa. Let me correct myself before Kev jump on me. Nimba County will be the deciding factor for me in this coming election. You go up, you come down. It will be Nimba. And maybe the only person on here who does not understand it, who doesn't believe it, is Kev. Because apparently, if allegedly that President Weah is begging for support, then he understands just how important Nimba is. But what I can understand is, as much as he may understand it, he need to talk to his soldiers around him. Yeah, you're trying to get somebody for, we can't have them insulting PYJ. And I just want to respond to what Kev saying. What we're talking about when we say that there's support here that for PYJ, nobody is talking about Prince Johnson's character. That's not what we're debating here. We're talking about honors amongst thieves. You and somebody go make a deal and you cannot hold up to your bargain. And what we're trying to explain to you is that we're not surprised at, you know, the president or CDC administration not living up to their promises, because they've shown it to a lot of other ways, especially to the country. The country, they made so many promises to that they haven't lived up to it. So we're not talking about Prince Johnson's character, because I must say I got problem with Prince Johnson just based on the history of what has happened in Liberia. But that's not the issue that we're talking about. We're talking about when you go sit down, even when thieves go sit down and they shake hands, they say they will do things for each other. You have to do it. If you are a thief and you screw another thief, that's a big problem. So if you don't think that Nimba is a big thing, no problem. But your man that you're supporting, President George Manuel Weah, he understands how important Nimba is.
So I'm going to ask you guys, Dr. Richardson, thank you very much, Senator Matthew. Dr. Richardson, looking at Nimba, you just got back from Liberia. Do you think Nimba is off the chart when you talk about CDC? I will give you these three counties: Lofa, Nimba, and Moserado. Three biggest counties. Do you think CDC can tap in any one of those counties? And are they doing well now? You give us some information.
Well, based on what I heard in Liberia, Bong and Nimba County appears to be in the run for bringing in the numbers and also for a vice presidential position. I think, like everybody has said, I don't want to be repetitive here. That's not my nature. That's not my style. I like to stay with the facts. CDC did make commitments to Prince Johnson that, and in the interest of Nimba people, many Nimba persons are upset because, you know, they didn't get any positions in the government, and that's a very, very important factor. You cannot overlook that factor. So it's not surprising to me that Prince Johnson now is talking to many political leaders. He's talking to Joseph Boakai. He's talking to CDC persons. So I'm not surprised. But I think that Bong County and Nimba County are both in the running for a vice presidential pick. And I think whoever presidential candidate select a person from either of those counties, they will not be disappointed. So that's what I wanted to add. And
Thank you very much. Thank you,
I
Dr. Richardson.
I hope that CDC should live up to the commitments. If it's not only just fair to CDC, but I think it's fair to Liberia as a whole. You can't just have a predominant tribe or predominant people from one area of the country working in government. I mean, how can you say to the Nibians that listen, when I win, I'm going to include you in my government, and all of a sudden you win and you don't include them in your government? I mean, it's very disappointing. We very well know that the Lions are smart people. They can very well contribute to all aspects of Liberia. So I think it's a disservice to Liberia, not only just to the CDC government, that they were not included.
So it is important for us to do this, because you know what, though? If it is true that President Weah promised the people, he should live by his promise. And I will openly ask President Weah, you got to satisfy the folks. We are not saying engage in pay to play. You promised them job. The question is, how many jobs did you give MDR? How many jobs were offered to them? Frank Johnson complained about the post and telecommunication. He said, my son Stanton, nobody doing mail anymore. He said, if I want to talk to you, I text you. I can email you. Nobody dealing with the post and text, especially in Liberia. Yeah, you can bring in, digital system, and you have other means to make money. That's what people do here, UPS, and but in Liberia, where? Everybody running on their cell phone. So President I believe that he need to go back and find a way to please them. And second of what pissing Prince Johnson off, you have Akaris Greater, pushing.
If the senator consistently attacked the presidency, we're intellectually engaging. I will do that. Let me repeat. This is Akaris Gray.
Let me repeat. That's a caveat.
No, let me repeat. It's not a caveat. I'm saying facts to him. Okay? I will not miss my voice. The senator must understand that this is about our life and our survival. Millions of Liberians depend on George Weah presidency for the forward march of this country. Millions depend on us to emancipate our people from the state of backwardness. So to attack the presidency is equivalent to attacking some of us. It's equivalent to attacking some of our survival as individuals.
Sometimes I listen to Akaris Gray and I say, God can work wonders. Akaris Gray saying that millions of Liberians depend on the president. So attacking the president is attacking CDC. For almost 6 years, you've been there and you're going to ask that question like Akaris Gray. How long have you been a representative? My own friend Akaris Gray. Sometimes I say this thing, stop the bluff. Stop the bluff. You want us to go there and ask questions? That now millions of Liberians depending on the government to eat bread, for kids to be in school, for the better healthcare system. Must I go on because you know what? I just got my bowl of Grand soup with my fufu I want to eat. But you want to say somebody in Liberia not even eating their Akaris Gray, but you said millions of Liberians, and they're attacking you, Akaris Gray, they're attacking the president. Attack?
Attacking the president.
But somebody, I would say this though. You gotta know why Kevin's interrupting me.
No,
Kevin to come on.
Actually, can I wanted to say something.
Don't have it one way. It's not.
No, but I just wanted to have my Kev. Hold on, Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, I beg you, let's get Kev the chance. Kev, go ahead.
Before the video,
Kev, go ahead.
You hire your topic after the video. So it can be one way.
Kev, go ahead.
Of the platform, listen. We have a choir here. You cannot be the choir director now, CEO.
No, but can I talk? Can I talk?
Don't you take me, put me on the side. It can't be the quiet director.
Kev, go ahead. Every day I gotta babysit you. Go ahead.
No, it's not. It's not that, because everybody.
You send me cash app too, so you gotta do babysitting and cash apping at the same time.
Coming again. I did not interrupt. Why they cannot just simmer down a little bit? Come on.
Okay, make your point now. Let's go ahead.
Let me say this to you,
please.
You know, I hear folks say Akara's great insult. Oh, he insulted Prince Johnson. You see, sometimes that mindset is sickening. That mindset. Ooh, you listen to the tape. You say, "I were attacking intellectually." That's an insult there. Don't misinformation that people will just put out because of your political affiliation, or you mad at the government because of some Nicodemus reasons.
You listen to the whole tape?
Because of some Nicodemus reasons. So you cannot, you have to speak, you have to be, you look at both Akara's Gray and Jefferson Koji never insulted Prince Johnson. Never. To attack somebody politically, it's not an insult. That's what you do in every country. You respond. So when people sit down and just make story because they want to just change the minds of the people, Liberal people ain't stupid. They're both sensible.
But Kev, I have a question though. Let me just.
No, you cannot ask me a question because I said.
Oh, okay, I have a question for everybody.
That's the problem here. That's the problem. We're not here, you see you. That's the problem here.
My man, stop crying, man.
No, it's not crying. It's not crying. This is becoming nonsense. It's not crying. Yes.
Stop crying, my man.
No, it's not crying.
You just leave the man alone. You just leave the brother. Let the brother speak.
Can I ask a question? I'm
no,
sorry.
No, Dr. Richard said, wait, that can't finish. I beg you.
All the plenty talking, you're not satisfied?
Guys, let Kev speak.
So my mouth and throw me in the sea. Seriously, man.
Kev, go ahead. Kev, go ahead.
Let me say this. CEO, I see folks looking at the map and they're saying things because of their own imagination, how the election will turn out. That's your own imagination. You look at this Southeasterner and you telling that area, John Mario, we ain't gonna go there. Hey man, you look at the Western region, John Mario, we ain't gonna go there. So you take that. Then why John Manuel should run out? Don't run. Who in the hell would believe that? Because you imagine Rewa said that bill is there. It's holding that ground. Then you say John Manuel will not get vote there. It's your own kind of vain imagination, something that's playing in your head because that's what you believe. That's what you believe. You're looking at a man who won 14 out of 15, and then you say he will not get vote nowhere. You continue all the places there, he will not get vote. That's a fantasy. That's a living in some kind of world. But again, you are okay to live in illusion. You are okay to fantasize because that's your right as a human. You're also okay to go over the bridge and lecture yourself in the water. You're okay. You can do that. But
no, when I send out that message, we get Dr. Richardson on the show.
No, because the thing is,
folks, let's say 1,000 of folks listen to us. We don't know some of them state of mind. We would not do that, Kev.
I agree. Yes, I agree. I take that back. Yeah. I agree. Folks out there, because sometimes folks can make people, say some things. Because you just come out and just draw your own imaginary map, and you put it there. Say that will happen. You look at the Basso Belt. You see, that's all my girl in the Basso belt there. Then you come around, you say nuclear will take Basso. Sorry, and my DB. Come on, man. Then why can't you just call that all my girl and say, go sit down, why you running? You will not run. Don't run. You're seeing the people out there, the people going, you're seeing the people going to retire rally. With the interview, they say, Akaya, by voting for George Manuel Weah. At your own opposition rally. They're saying it. You see people going to
because you interrupted the people rally. You're undermining.
You see, they cannot give me. I claim my time again. You see spoon pole.
Let's go back.
No.
You claim one time. Okay, I give my time to you. You got 1 more minute. Go ahead.
See, no, 2 minutes you get. So
no, I gave you 1 minute.
You see, you set it on spoon. Folks set it on spoon, and then discredit the spoon poll. The spoon poll said John Manuel we are winning in Monserrato. Then you say John Manuel we are not winning. Then what are you doing here? And we're not talking about telephone. We're talking about people, flesh and blood out there. With our own people, our own spoon people. That's central you paying every month. They're not little. They're going on the streets and they're asking folks. They're saying, don't listen to Spoon. Even though I'm sitting on Spoon, John Manuel will lose the election. This is insane. But again, you're entitled to your own misunderstanding. You're entitled to your own way of saying things. It's okay. But come October 10th, I don't want to see anybody coming here and crying, oh, they cheat us, oh, they do. Because they're saying it, they imagine it, and they will come and say, and wait until February 4 and see what happened and see the city. That's what CEO. When folks cry John Manuel we are down, say, oh, you went 42 days, you went 67 days, you went 1 million days. The Liberian people say, we know our leader. They went to that airport. They received the leader. They shook the town. You saw the town. And they proved to you. Senatorial election.
Thank you.
It's different from presidential election. With George Manuel we are hit on that campaign trail, you will see fire.
Thank you very much, Kev. You have spoken for 12 minutes, 3 seconds.
And I would say you will see brimstone and fire.
Thank you very much, Kev. Thank you very much. But going back to the Akara's great clip, though, and guys, we got to go to the phone line.
You see, he denies.
I want to say
he denies to anybody. Well, Akara's great. We can play. No insults. I think we should start.
But can I speak though?
I just want you to factor that.
I never said I insulted anyone.
Oh no, you folks said.
I didn't say it. I'm saying his challenge. I say his challenge to Prince Johnson. That's what I'm talking about.
Using the right word. Thank you for using the right word.
So
I hope to be responsible enough to use the same kind of right word. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Kev. Dr. Richardson, you had a question. We gotta go to the phone line.
Actually,
we should pass.
No, I actually have a question. I'm not going to pass.
You don't want me to?
No, I will come to you. She was begging. She had a question. You know, she forgot the question. That's developmental stages. Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Somebody, I thought you said that.
No, I didn't say. Yeah, I guess you show your developmental stage, right? But anyway, I just hope that our next show should kind of be more engaging. I'm kind of disappointed in how this show is going, simply because of
the show is not over yet. Can you hold that for the end of the show?
No. Well,
can we just do our
we can do that in the back.
Do that.
Yeah. No, I wasn't going to.
Yeah, but that was just. Let me go back to my
question. Can I?
Yeah, please. Yeah, go to your question.
I was going to ask for those of you who listened to Akara's great video extensively. I was going to ask you. He said that Prince Johnson attacked the presidency. Can you guys clarify to us what did he mean by Prince Johnson attacked the presidency?
It's a good question, and it's true though. He said that. He said Prince Johnson attacked it. How? How so?
That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I hope we can get. Akara's great. I got to reach out to him for him to really explain how this.
They didn't pay the bill. They didn't pay the agreement, so that's an attack. When you tell them that they did not meet the.
But you know what, guys? Before I go to before we go to the chiefs into money, this is very important. Since 2018, Samuel 12. Well, why Samuel 12 always take this money and keep it? He took Aseda Mita money. He and the government kept it forever. This $7.5 million since 2018. They use it. Bombing money came in. No hair, no tail. Why? And this money is not that the budget don't know. And Fago, you need to help me out here for make our people understand. That's money the company Salamatu make available for the counties. But Samuel 12 took the money. Whether they use the money, but I believe they use it though. So let me ask the audience, why Samuel 12 is fond of just taking these company money that belongs to the counties and they are just using it themselves and for themselves. No hair, no tail.
No oversight.
Nothing. I see that Mita since 2018, 19, 20, 21, we're in 23. Almost 5 years. No hair, no tail. And they want to put this in a budget. You cannot. Western Cluster, Fago money from bombing. $5 million.
You did that the first time?
But that's not the first time. We can go down the line. Folks, if you know Samuel 12, the finance minister, the man that brought down leges, that because of him, there is so unresolved census report now because of Samuel 12. Because Samuel 12 and his corrupt people that he put there, they ate the money, they broke leges down. What the hell going on? Everywhere Samuel 12 getting fingers. I'm getting a report. This is bad.
But
this is worse.
Think about the partners' money. You
forget
said
the you said blow horn on their own money because Samuel 12 said it was okay to use the money.
But you remember when the diplomatic community actually wrote a letter to the government? I mean, we've never seen that before regarding their money and that it should be replaced. Yeah. No oversight.
One of our money. You know what JMB said today, and I'm looking at it right here being quoted on the front page. He said, and I quote, "And you are dealing with people who are selfish. They don't care. They are mosquitoes. Even if you dry, they will find space to eat." Unquote. That means skinny person, if you dry, mosquito will stay in. He's describing seditions.
Even JMB saying even on the boom, they will still find blood.
And this is an example of what he was
talking about. JMB should be talking that?
No.
JMB should be talking that?
Kev, can you get my time?
JMB should be talking that?
Kev.
Yo, Salamat.
No, Kev, I gave you enough time.
Yo, Salamat, you said something, you stop up.
No, get my time.
But you said something, you stop up.
I stopped Salamatu. I stopped Salamatu. I did. I stopped Salamatu. I did. Okay, all right, Salamatu, I will stop you. Salamatu, I will stop you. Do not interrupt. Pago, I will stop you. Do not interrupt. But this is Kev, all the guys that be quiet. Let me talk, baby. Because I know you don't like for me to talk, but let me talk, Kev, please. Today, I will talk. I beg you, everybody quiet. Kev, be quiet.
You're not saying that you say party quiet.
Okay, all right, we agree. So Kev, be quiet. But let me ask the Liberian people my question. And I will say this. When all you guys were running around here because Samuel 12 returned to the country, one hand in arm and acting a robot car, staying great. All you guys here, we pray that God gave him life that he can see the beautiful Liberia in time to come. And God did. And God did. Thank God. God delivered him out of that accident. But he must answer to the Liberian. Today, we have no fitting result from the census. They have pushed it to the president for it to be in the president's State of the Nation address.
The president said, "Hey, all the video."
Watch the number. Honor Samuel Twice Chairmanship Bowl. He's the chair for the bowl. When all his folks, the allegation from LDCC, they stole. All of them.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, what happened? Zero. Since 2018, they took the Nimba people money. Grand Baza and Bonkante. From Asara Mita. People know about these things. The citizens are suffering. Children cannot go to hospital. No food to eat. And Samuel cannot give even dry account. And it came to bombing, Buffalo, and Grand Cape Man. Who authorized them to reduce the money from 24 million to 10 million? Frank Musa didn't did. Gracler did. Samuel Twa, because those are the folks that signed the document. Was it from the president? And at the end of the day, wickedness plus wickedness equal wickedness with no subtraction. The people said, "We give you 10 million, but you hold the 5 million." Samuel Twa said, "We will not give the money to the people for me."
That's not true. That's not true.
Kev, don't do
That's
this.
not true.
Kev, you have your time. I
true.
black everybody. You have your time. I black everybody.
No,
Let me have my time. Kev, let me black Kev. Kev, I am moderating the show. I will put you in the back if you interrupt me. Don't do it, please. I am moderating the show. Then why I can't speak? Why are you censoring me, Kev?
Yeah,
Why
but
you
it's
doing
not
this?
true.
No,
It's not
I
true.
everybody make your point when I come to you. Make your point when I come to you. Do not interrupt me. Do not interrupt me. Make your point when I come to you. Do not interrupt me, Kev. This is not a CDC show. Go on CDC 102 and interrupt all of them. Don't do this. This is spoon talk. This is not CDC talk.
So long as I'm a panelist here, I will talk.
Yeah, but you will speak. You will speak when it's your time to speak.
Yeah,
do not interrupt me.
Yeah, but people
Do not interrupt me. I ask everybody not to interrupt you.
They will not
Give me the same respect. Give me the same respect. I ask everybody not to interrupt you. Give me the same respect, please. Okay, let me speak. I beg you. This is wrong. This is absolutely wrong. All the man, Samuel collect them that to Peabody. Why up to now, when Frank Musa didn't put his signature on the paper, on that MOU, when Samuel signed that MOU, when Lance Myers and Energy Minister signed on the MOU, the other gentleman signed, Gray signed on that MOU. They didn't know, Salamatu, that they were waiving $14 million to Asida Mita, giving the money back to them. Were the people in those counties dying for a piece of bread? They didn't know that? They didn't know that? It's wrong. You can't do this. Since 2018, that non-president William Bay, Prince Johnson, and said we'll give you 7.5 million. You had the money ever since. People been begging for the money. That's not the government money. And Liberians, listen to me though. Not the money that is in the budget the government said we will allocate for this county. No. It's not the money to save the government take from taxes. No. The company Asara Mita themselves gave that money. Western Cluster themselves gave the money. Then they will sit down and eat the people money. What's the money, Kev? Go and ask them at 12. What's the $5 million that were given? Why they are not giving the money to bombing? to Grand Cape Man, to Bapolu. Why since 2018, they have not given us 7.5 million, the first amount? Why since 2018, they have not given the money to the people of Bon County, Nimba County, and Grand Bassa? Why? If they get the money, why? This is wrong, man. They are celebrating 712 because he came in crutches. He faking that thing. 712 is not healthy. He faking it. The man coming, the stingray coming crutches. They are celebrating him. Then you get to put that money back. Man, this thing is too much, man. You don't do this to Liberia. Liberia deserves better. We'll go up and come down and say the thing over and over. Every day, money in the water can pass hole. 720 in every hole. We beat on Edward Snow. We beat on them. But let the people ask, who authorized that Western cluster should get 14 million out of the 24 million? They need to open an investigation. We want to know. For what? What's the reason? On that, Western cluster gave them $5 million. Samuel Toy used the $5 million. He cannot give account of the $5 million. When Samuel Toy in Ivory Coast, you know how much money went to Samuel Toy? When he was on his sick bed in Ivory Coast? When we not talk? You know how much money Aloysius took to Samuel Toy back and forth? They were turning around begging the people to vote. These people are angry. You want to shut the station down, you go shut it down. You go to Wilmer Smith to go file a bogus lawsuit. You go to them and say we sue Spoon for $100 million. Nonsense. You think how you will shut the station down? We'll go to Cemetery and say Wilmer Smith go sue the man. Because the man said and Wilmer Smith said I will go through Arthur Johnson. They fire me because of what Spoon said. Defamation. Nonsense. Go see the LSCC report. Go on the LSCC report. Why you can't go sue LSCC? Just stop this thing. Liberia deserves better. You bought rotten generator. It broke down. You paid $5,000. You lasted $30,000. The allegations there. What happened with that report? It's still sitting on President George Manning. We had decks. What happened with the recommendation from LSCC? Why are we here today? The people, the children of Bomi crying for the $5 million. Cemetery yet to give that money. Why are we here today, my people? My fellow Liberians, why are we here today? Why will we look at President Weah and say, Mr. King, you got clothes when he has no clothes on? Why will it take the president to go down on his knee to beg Prince Johnson? Where were they for almost 6 years when the people of Nimba were suffering? Bum is suffering, Bunk suffering, Grand Bassa, Grand Cape Man, Bapolu. Because you won't win election now? You backing? Man, y'all have to show, man. Y'all don't let us go to Liberia and campaign, man. Don't do this. It's bad. Well, Josh, this is what we always say. This is not about me. This shouldn't be about an individual. This should be the collective effort of every Liberian to see our country develop. Fight for that which is right. Pop play aside. We can joke. We can pick on each other. But let's talk Liberia. Where's the people $5 million from Bomi? Bomi, if you listen to me, ask the question. Who took 14 million out of their money? Was it Samatwa again? Let he go sue. He shouldn't go beyond Wilmer Smith. Let he go sue. He's a damn rogue. Was it Samatwa? You lie here, you're taking the country money up and down. The people are suffering, and you call yourself a fiscal responsible finance minister. You're a joker. You don't even know how to count susu money.
All right, see you calm down. Let's stop it there.
I have the show, man. Careful on the show, making all fast about we talking. Go give the people the money.
Let's stop it there. Let's stop.
So every day we talk about this thing. Only on election day, you won't say you care for the people. Eh? You coming back saying
Look, in the meantime, the race got interesting. Some of the former Vice President, Dr. Harry Monimba, Dr. Clarence K. Monimba, just declared he's running for the president of Liberia on the ticket, I think on the ticket of LINU, Liberian National Union.
My man, it was an old story.
And mind you now, old story after this story. Not old story after this story.
Not to that story. I challenge you.
After this story, but then let me flow. You are talking,
man.
You should have said it. But let me say this though: the race got interesting because for the fact that first of all, he's a young guy coming from the Lofa County. Lofa got more interesting now because now he follows a health also in Lofa, and I know that been a lot of investment there by parties and so forth. So Lofa got interesting more. But again, Liberian politics. Let me tell you something. His declaration, you should follow through because
I hope you get invited on the show that we can hear him out soon tomorrow.
Yeah. So we'll be
invited on the show.
Can we meet him in Liberia?
No, we didn't.
Yeah. Was that a guy we met in Liberia?
We did. When we went to meet Ellen, he was there.
You are the president. Okay.
Yeah.
You are
very intelligent. Very intelligent man.
We will give him a chance to come on the show. But guys, let's wrap this thing up, man. Let's wrap this thing up. The grandpa still got in my head. Since tomorrow, can you wrap it up, please?
You know what happened? You know, one of the things that's interesting is that I know Salamado was talking about the voters and so forth. The census report is very important though, because the census would have given NEC and all those involved in the election how many voters, how many people will be registering to vote and making the proper demarcation. That's why the census report is troubling. We have not received it yet, and we're just hoping they should not put it in the president's annual report and he just give it all, because the national partners are involved. They'll be watching it, and we want a transparent census report because it affects the entire country. It's not about politics; it's about the general good of the country. So we pray that report comes up, maybe hopefully next week or before this weekend or tomorrow or so we can have a clear understanding where our country is heading. In terms of the counties and so forth, Nimba County will be what we call the kingmaker again. They will play into the election, the final results, because right now everyone is making some investment in the various counties. Okay, I know most of the time we're talking in a few days, we're talking about CDC and JMB, but the ANC, you cannot leave them out, because first of all, don't forget they have some resources to their command. And when I talked to a strong ANC person the other day, he said, yesterday he said, Tomali, watch my word. If Tomali is not president, don't respect me anymore. I said, what? This guy said anything. I said, he told me, I'm telling you, I know from when I speak. I said, well, the politics. A lot of things happening in our political arena right now. People are talking, and we're forgetting also one person again. The All Liberian Coalition Party of Lucini Camara. Don't forget, that party is dominated by Mandingos and Muslims. So you know very well, and they are making an inroad in our society. They are part of Liberian society. They are citizens of Liberia, and he's gonna get their votes. So when you hear people say it'll be a first round victory for any party, I wonder where we are, because we understand the political dynamics of Liberia. We know that it's just the great Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. She couldn't even get a first round twice. She always wanted a runoff. And her first term, we saw what Ellen did. Ellen brought a lot of integrity institutions. She took Liberia from a state of denigration and brought it to respectability in the international community. Ellen, during her first term, like her hitter, when she took Liberia, our budget was $80 million. She took it to, I think, 300 million, and she brought it to a standard where people, in fact, lawmakers are making big money during Ellen time. Okay,
the national debt. Please add that, because people don't understand
it's true. So
how important that was.
She could do all that, and then during her tenure, the world leader I think this guy, George Bush, went to Liberia, British, all these people came to Liberia, and she did a lot of great things during her first term. Okay, her second term, when she really just gave it up and said corruption a vampire now, you know, and she gave up. She said, I take the blame and so forth. But she was able to go to her second term in 2011 with a lot of accomplishment. So now, like we just said just now, this government promised 202 promises. They have only accomplished 24. And for this government to say they'll go to a first round victory with all these things happening, it's troublesome. And then the things Turner was talking about, the financial issues the country been going through and so forth, makes it just muddier. So we're looking forward. You know, we're in crucial times, and I want to hear who will be Boakai running mate, Cummings running mate, Lucille Kamara running mate, Taiwan running mate, and then Klein Moneybar running mate. We want to hear Simeon Freeman running mate. We want to hear Simeon. We want to find who will be the running mates in the next couple of weeks and months, so we can know where we're heading. For now, it's a free flow right now.
Yes, gentlemen, thank you very much. It is important for us to do our closing. I want to say thank you, Fagon. I will keep our sisters for last.
Well, you know, sometimes people will tell you that, hey, you like to act like you know. Like just now, I was telling Tomalin that something I was approached on, and I just shared the stuff for you. You saw it December 20th. He took over Lano, declared his stuff. I will say this to the Liberian people listening. There is something we call the consolidated account. The BB company you're here, so they can count, they say, government of Liberia, yeah, you no money. They pay the money to the government. They say the other money here, like the money we say we get it counted. Yeah. They can't join the money together with my people. They can't join it together. They can count to 12, they say 12. The money that the government will not say what we owe. They want that the one what we say we get it counted. Your people give it to the county. We don't want no trouble. That's how they can talk when they go get the money. That money said 2018. When they put it in the bus, they said they want for the people. Since 2018, the poor, Nimba ain't see their own. The poor grand bastard, they don't see their own. The people are born, they didn't see their own. Born, because they play where born country air, they can ISO. They eating for asilo meter. At the same time, they eating for MGM Go. We went there in Tere Dintan. Me, Eugene Fagwan, whatever the minister, I entered that great time. If you see gold, you're coming for on your head. Kate Mount. At the same thing. You get bombing, came out get company they call MGA again. They say like bro government, yeah, Cape Man people, yeah, the people washing the people water with cyanide. We get a video. Yeah, bombing country got 14 million. That somebody told and that gave it back to the people. Whereby if you sit down with where people, anywhere you go in there, wow, you owe them, they will tell you, say, if you not get the money, pay the one, they be paying the other one small. That's how they can do it. But they may not go. They say you're telling 14, you're the 10. Then the 10, they say snow. Say that you bring the whole year of people, you're just to the 10. Send the people all 14, let the money just go. And the law power will get. It say only the legislature, the people in our house must say that kind of thing. But that's what they may not do. So that 5 million what they get. Almost 5 more ago, they get that money. Till today. Pomikan they can see it. Nimba people can see their Grandpa can see their A Boakai they can see their All that kind of thing. And the one who can't talk, people tell us say that people 1 million lives they're playing with. I want to tell you all the Liberian people who are listening to me. Y'all say I don't want to put you in a mess. Y'all say I don't want to put you in a mess. I was one of those. But now all are in a mess. Now y'all going inside. And so when they may ask me, to close, I can only tell you today, they call me, we're talking. That people that always come to me and say, oh, you keep going. That comment try you want. That comment try you want. So today, I want to tell you all that Brempo. Say they can be behind me, say that comment try I want, and I want it. But they that said they will not run for election. Because if they run for election, that comment try they want. Say they feel that when you want to, they say, oh, that because you want comment job, that because you want comment job. So we are your people you move from there because they join you do not private job, that government job. So you please, you too, you just move. Because you don't move and you want government job, that the people will have to hire you. And the people will see the promises you made to them, you're not keeping. Corruption, you didn't do well. Law and order, somebody can just tell you, give me your phone. Small children rape. This time that he not pass down the people selling the other video Jack came out yesterday. They comment, we have to answer to the people that all I get to say. Whether 20 million, John Brown Deso, Edwin Snow made 40 deal, whatever the case be, that was 6 years we have. Now you will decide now. If you're in job for the 6 years, you put a comment back. If you're not in job, you don't come and eat. Me, the player I draw around, he every day, that's why you see me, I draw. No food in America. I feel it with y'all. I get food, I suffering. Whole day, I don't get no food to eat. But I'm bothering you. Now, all I gotta say, CEO.
Thank you very much, Fagon. Thank you, Fagon. Dr. Peabody.
Great show again, as always. Trust is very important when you have an agreement with somebody. That's why we see even here, or even in the international community, they give out loans to different countries with trust that these people are going to pay their money back. In the world we live in developed world, Europe and America, we get credit cards because they see our potential and they know that we can afford to pay. That's why they will give us credit and certain credit limits. You sign an agreement with people. You promise them. They fought. Some people went the extra mile. Some people walk hours. Some people slept in forests and bushes and everywhere with hope that getting you elected, you will reciprocate what you have told them. They went the extra mile. They convinced their villages that, hey, if you vote for our man, this is what's going to happen. This is what will happen for the poor Nimba. The people of Nimba sat patiently. They waited. You took over. You turned your back on them. The NPP, a lot of the folks, they were waiting to get a job or to be employed. But you forgot that all you needed was citizen. Citizen was the country. They were the only citizen Liberia had. You closed them. Let me use a Liberian word there. Let me leave the Siri thing. You closed them. And at the end of the day, 5 years went by. You did not pay them any attention. Then you are coming to them now. Oh, we need to come back together. We're going to do this. Who's going to trust you? And that's why the Liberian people too are looking at. If the people who did the sweat and blood for you, they can't trust you, how can the Liberian people out there come and say, hey, we're going to trust you, we're going to do that? Half of the thing that was said, that's going to come, that's going to happen, nothing. We saw travel out of the country, that it was not nobody's business. You can go for 48 days and leave your children and all of that. Now it's the time. If I knew I was going to be running in 6 years, even in 3 year time, I would have made it up. But you did not. Now we see the issue of Nimba. And I repeat, If the people of Nimba leave you, you can't win an election. Lofa, they said there were 2 Lofian running, so that's why they gave somebody an option. But if Joe Boakai is running Lofa, definitely he's going to win the election. So all I have to say, you will have to pay as you go now. But it was a great show. Let me end here. It was a great show, and let me say today, I was very proud to be featured in one of Georgia's Baptist biggest Christian magazine. That's the biggest, and I'm very proud that I was featured in that magazine because of goodwill and trust. The people trusted me, and I utilized the funds. So now we're talking about trust here. The people of Nimba, you feed them. How can you rebuild that trust? Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, thank you. I know based on that trust, you got more money coming in to do
You know,
more well.
I actually get an email from some partner now. Interested.
Yeah.
You know?
That's good. That's good. Oh, Sadamatu.
Okay, so you know, when we keep repeating.
Hold on, you said it'll be the last one, but we thought yeah.
Oh, you know what?
Oh.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Oh, Kev Hassan, please. Thank you. Kefiko. Somebody making sure Kev don't be the last. Kev.
Sorry guys, just talking. Okay. Yeah, interesting show. You know, I know some people jubilating in the heart, they're happy. But I can say one thing, you know, the harder the battle, the sweeter the victory. So in order to achieve victory, you have to have a thick skin. You have to you have to be strong. And they got a saying, if you cannot stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. So for me, we got 9 months to go. You know, after October, you know, we everything will be over. So I can take it. As somebody from Burma, when I look at the figure, 294 million, 294 million from the past government, and nobody talking about it. Either you don't care about Burma or you're a supporter of the past government. As easy as that. Or you want the government to fail. 294 million, 2011, nothing to show for. Nothing to show for. I know, a lot of people want, who out there don't want this government to succeed because they want to say, I told you so, or to say, I'm not there, so the government should fail. That kind of mentality. It's what you feel, but it will not happen. When Western Cluster signed in 2011, they gave money. The same government who want to come back in power took that money. The same JMB were right there, president of the Senate, where they passed this bill. Even the international community at that moment said it was not a good bill at that moment. But nobody giving him Nobody say anything about him. They give him a pass. I want folks out there in radio land, in Facebook, put your anger aside that you think you belong to another party, so you want that party. It's your future. You look at $5 million that will be given to the 3 counties. That money will be given. Edwin Snow put everything on it. He promised the Bomi people he will fight for it. And I believe Snow, the government will not take a chance to hold the people of Bomi money. Because some of us will speak for the people of Bomi. But the government that I support will never do that. Will never do that. How will the government who put electricity, street lighting, one Bomi, went to UAE, go to gather money and build one of the biggest and beautiful state-of-the-art hospital in our region. People say they want that region to suffer. Hey, man. But I trust in the Liberian people' ability to make informed decisions. I trust in the Liberian people' ability because they're seeing it. I leave that side. Let's go to the Prince Johnson thing you're talking about. Yeah, Prince Johnson is doing. He wants his people to get what they want. That's what Prince Johnson doing. Fine. But what folks not talking about the roles and other stuff that for the people, I hear folks talking about, oh, you should give individuals something. I thought the folks supposed to be talking about, I thought we're supposed to be talking for the people, what the people getting versus individual. That's where the people lost in there. Oh, somebody walking the bush, he can't even get him a minister position. What about the people? What about the roads that are building on the highway that the people can move? The maki, the pepper, the billabong without going to accident, the cars. What about those things that this president did for the people of Nimba? Oh no, we'll not talk about it. All we want to do is to put fire. Oh, Prince Johnson Bank getting, but it's the same people with the sanction Prince Johnson for a play to pay or pay to play. They say, oh, that Prince Johnson, he's supporting you because he wants something. They say, oh, Prince Johnson, Mr. President, the sanction Prince Johnson, you should not be campaigning with Prince Johnson. But the same folks say, pay him to play. That's speaking on the both sides of your mouth. You cannot, because I will say this to the Liberian people. With Prince Johnson tomorrow, everything settled, you will see same folks will call him pay to play. They will say that because they want to feed in the narrative for you, the Liberian people. But thank God, you, the Liberian people, you're smart. You're smart. So we have to talk for the people. It's okay for Prince Johnson to say, look, I want this, I want this, I want this. Fine, Prince Johnson can say that. But when folks leave out some of the development that this president did in Nimba for the Nimba people, they become deceptive. That's where the problem is. That's why I get problem with that. Talk the other side. But if you go one way, you know, I'm going to Minister Twe, the man who stabilized the economy. He walked into a broke country. This president met a broke country with the vision. And let me tell you this. Mr. Fagon on this platform, he's my witness because he spoke about it. He told the entire world that this president met a broke country and Mr. Twe stabilized it through the vision of George Manawia. Fagon said that. The tapes are there. He held Minister Twe. But to come back now and say Minister Twe is the Lucifer, come on, man. How can you be so today, you be so tomorrow? Let's be honest to our people. This man took inflation was 10% when he walked in. He brought it down to 7%. 7 got paid. They had a rocket start. You remember? Solomon to talk about donor money. Yes, it was a note about that leak. Yes, but at that time, the ship was there's a problem. Ma Ellen said, country on when she will give it over, it will be a hardship. You know why? Because she knows the $500 million left the show of Liberia. Army left, NGOs left. First government on her own since post-war. With COVID. When this president and if you want to deny what I say, Minister Fagon make that case. He made that case. The tapes are there. He made that case. But today, you know, my dear brother is speaking something else. But he made that case. And at that time, he was speaking the truth. Because the truth that Ome left. If you want to deny that Ome is staying in Liberia, go there. The truth, over $500 million US left our show. The truth, NGOs left. The truth that we met a broke country. But Minister Twe stabilize it through the vision of George Manawia. That's the truth. You can argue all you want to argue. You met a country. And look how it was wrong. You want to argue me? Go look at the tape interview if you want to argue. FIB Bank. So the same folks who signed all those bogus deals, you now telling me and telling the Liberian people, welcome the Unity Party. Welcome the Unity Party to come back and take it up. Either you for the Unity Party, or you just don't like the Liberian people, or you want George Manawia to fail. If George Manawia failed, Liberia failed. You cannot bring the Unity Party back. That took 294 million for the Western region. The Western region cannot vote for a man that took their money.
Thank you, Kev.
Support Unity Party to come back. Liberia. You hate the people of Liberia. You hate them to your guts. If you want them to come back, that destroy our nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kev. Thanks a lot. Salamatu?
Lord Amio.
Excuse me?
I mean, you're there for it with me.
No, you were the first. You went first.
No, we're completing the
No,
last topic.
No, you went
Yeah.
first. You did your closing first.
I was supposed to give you the first, man.
You went. Come on, George.
You were concluding the last topic before
you went first. You started the closing.
The closing topic we're on.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Close the money.
Brother, I beg you. But let me just congratulate my friend and brother Peabody first of all for being recognized by his university, Truro, my Cornell University, for his initiative on the Liberian Mission Outreach International. I've traveled with him to Liberia. I saw the work he's doing. I'm proud of my brother, and I just want to wish him God's blessing and more strength and for what he's doing for our people in Liberia. I told him, I said he run for Orange Grove District, he'll win that election clearly because I was there when the people were telling him to run, you know.
I'll retire right at Thank you.
Yeah, I know, right? It was the best thing interesting. But Peabody, man, I'm proud of you, brother. I'm proud of you, and congratulations, man. On the issue about the Western Cluster, you know, I wished when the president announced a committee to review all concessions in the country when he took over. By now, we would have the issue of Western Cluster won't be discussed right now. But since the president made that announcement for reviewing all concession agreements by previous government, we yet to see the outcome of that committee's work, and that's a problem too, you know, because the Western Cluster, we all know the government, that agreement wasn't a good agreement for the people of bombing, but CDC came into it and followed through, and then today, $5 million is being held by the government of Liberia for the people who are bombing Kema and Bapulu. But I think today I listened to Senator Snow on the Senate floor, and he said that he's again calling on the government to release the money to the people of bombing Bapulu and Lofa, and Kema. So we'll be monitoring this that call he made. I think they finally agreed to some of the ministers of finance and lands and mines and all those involved with that money. And then comes to PYJ. Like I said, PYJ, liking or hating, he's a godfather of Nimba. As people, we have seen what he have done in previous elections. He was a formidable candidate, and he caused President Salih to win 2 times. He assisted her. And then we saw when he played a role with CDC again. Right now, we all want to watch him and see what's happening. He's talking to everybody. I think, involved in the race. He made his demands already. And he's stressing on his $7.5 million for the people of Nimba. At the end of the day, PYJ is PYJ. So we got to keep monitoring. And I think he got mad when I said he's consistent and inconsistent because of what he had done in the past. That's why I made me to say so, you know. And so as a result, we're just watching him. And with Akaras, and we're making Akaras look. Akaras, when it comes to somebody in CDC who you guys should understand, Akaras know how to do it. Akaras was direct, he was intentional when he attacked Prince Johnson, and he know where he coming from, you know. That's the only guy most of the time from CDC will come from the barracks and come and attack. And you know, he one of the CDC, they call him the general, and that's one of his era. Akaras a propagandist, and he understand the game, the local politics, and so forth. And I don't know what he's doing. I don't know how he's standing in his district, but I'm sure that he's standing strong in his district because I've not heard anyone attempting to go after him in his district, but I'm sure he's standing strong. So Akaras, he was direct, and he knows how to throw that kind of ball. And on top of the Liberian people, look, the issue about Liberian people is all about their well-being. And when people cannot afford a daily meal, it's a problem. Like somebody, you go in the interior, people carry the market to carry the goods to market, and it stays there all day. Nobody buying it. When they ask them, they say because no money. People don't have money to buy. You can't have more goods on the market and less buyers. That's a problem. You know, that's a problem. That's why it's important when you are when you're running for offices, you make sure that you promise you made, you must fulfill your promise to the people. At least if the people like bro was saying that they were getting the daily meals getting the daily meals and so forth, paying their children's school fees, and now I got to go through a lot of stuff. They'll understand. Not about the infrastructure most of the time though. It's about them living in abject poverty, and especially when they are into it, they met the percentage. We see the UN report say so. When the government took over, they were 53%. Today it's 64%. And it's increasing. Come to the issue of leges, it's important the Liberian government give the leges report to the people of Liberia and the world. It's very important. And if it's really taken serious, and the president should be on top of that game, his annual message, week after next, 2 weeks from now, we're looking out to see what's happening. And coming to the issue of the elections, look, this election, I tell everybody, it will not be just a one round election. It will be a close election, but we got to keep eye open for the running mates. And today, yeah, people can criticize Yombi play her game today. Yombi made sure that tell GMB, look, I'm still here. I have interest in this position. I've been with you. And Mo Ali, when he was called upon, Mo Ali made sure he put Yombi on the platform to speak, and she spoke. And then he found out the various Liberian states, important people in Liberia are paying courtesy call on the former vice president as he about to depart the country for abroad. And it shows you that Boakai is an important player in the political process. No one can rule him out, no matter how people can say he's ill or not. He came out today, show Liberian people that he's around, he's still around, what he did today was to renew the hope of his partisans and supporters. To say, look, I've been sick, Like he said today, he said, look, I know some people praying now to get old, but I'm happy. But he said, y'all keep on praying now to get old, but y'all reach there one day, in other words, But at least he came out today and spoke to the people, his supporters, getting reassurance that he's still in the race, he's ready. And hopefully he comes to this time, he goes abroad, he will get advanced checkup. And who knows what will happen when he can return to the country. But it's a tough election. I tell about it. With this young man, Dr. Moneyback, coming in the race, we can't just rule him out. Maybe we can just say what we want to say, but he'll get votes to somebody who will get votes to make some impact. So, and lastly, the government, CDC is trying to negotiate talk to people that form the coalition. So, you see, President Salif, when they ran 2005, she was clear. She told Luke, Gabriel Pule Party, she took the Cassidy Party, which was UP, and Liberal Action Party of Jackson F. Doe. They merged, came together and formed UP, and they held together. And she ensured that all those who came from Luke and from LAP, they were part of our government. She made sure they were part of our government. She fulfilled promises that she made to them. And when it came to her second term, more people joined her. But with the CDC, they were making the promises to people. Like I said today, Nimba County, Ellen gave Nimba 36 jobs. CDC only gave 10. So that's why when you hear the people saying, we're left on the D, they only give up post office and so forth. It's important because right now, CDC got to really do a better job, because in order to get support from people, nobody will tell, especially you go for a second term, they're not going to say, oh yeah, when I win, we'll give you the ministry or that agency. No, people are going to say first time we saw what happened. So they're going to come strongly, wanting to be induced financially. So that's one of the things you got to understand. So it'll be a tough stop the aim. Everybody watching them, and we just got to pray for the best outcome for our country. We're looking forward to the elections in October, and we just see who becomes a strong person to come out of the race, because Liberians are watching. Liberians' eyes are open. If the question will be asked, if I was 6 years ago, if I was selling or doing a business, I ask myself, what are my business have improved? What are anything I improved before I make a choice to vote? If it's have gone worse, they're out of business, I'm not going to vote the same government in power. So that's why it's important that the CDC try to look all over the place, all those who are involved in excelling, bringing them to victory. Got to try to get back to them, making an outreach and to these people. It's important that we reach out to these people. And so right now, we're just looking forward to our country as we approach the election, and we wish Liberia the best. And we look forward to October 10. But as we say, every day it will get interesting, it will get nasty, it will get tough here, but there's politics. We should expect anything to happen. Well, thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Intimate. I appreciate you. Sanamatu?
Okay, so once again, congratulations, Mr. Peabody. And you know, when we sit and we talk about good governance, people think we just coming up with words and just saying it. Oh, that thing that international partners words. But the people of Liberia, they may not understand when somebody say the government needs to be transparent. The government needs to be accountable. The government needs to be responsible. They may not understand the words in those terms, but they will feel the impact of a government that lacks good governance. And the Liberian people are feeling it. They know they're feeling it. They don't come out talking every day, but they're feeling it. When CDC took office, many of us, I mean, I did not support CDC. I campaigned for Ambassador Boakai. That's who I campaigned for. But I remember that morning when we left the Situation Room. I was on Robertsville Highway. I was heading home. They had announced the election result. And there were a lot of young guys on the street, you know, the car loaders. I mean, just young guys just rushing in the street. For the first time as I was driving, I was not afraid of them. But usually when you see them in the street jumping like that, a problem. They were happy, they were chanting, they were excited about President We Are winning. Yeah. I felt a sense of calm knowing that, you know what, this is what they want. Let's see what happens. Perhaps maybe, you know, the man will come inside, the man will transform something. President We Are and the CDC government came out and they made 292 promises. Nobody asked me to make promises. Because remember during the election, President We Are didn't say they weren't doing no debate. They didn't give no platform. They didn't tell us nothing. They didn't tell us what they would do. And they won without anything. They came into power and then they brought their pro-poor agenda. Based on the pro-poor agenda, the own document they brought, they promised 292 promises. 292. You know how many they now accomplished? They now complete? 24. They've completed 24. What does that say to the Liberian people? We put you there not because you told us what you are going to do. You didn't tell us you're going to do anything, we put you there. Once you got there now, you brought your document. We asked you for all of these things. You brought your own document, and based on your document, based on, that's right, the PAPD, based on that, you told us you are going to do 292 things for us. Today, you completed 24. As, you know, optimistic as I was that day when I saw the children jumping in the street, less than a month later, we started to see things that if you were anywhere in the world, it will tell you that, you know what, this thing will not end well for us in Liberia. When the money went missing out of Central Bank, the 100 million, that was the first headline, was 100 million. Today, we will argue that it was 25 million or 10 million, all kind of. The first headline I came out was 100 million that was missing. It's actually in the New York Times. 100 million got missing. We start asking, we said, but wait now, how $100 million will go missing? CDC government came and told us, say, oh, that the previous administration. When they threw it to Madam Salif, she threw it back to them. She said, we may have printed it and maybe authorized to print it, but the money, y'all received the money. It came when y'all after the inauguration. Nobody responded after she said anything. Nobody came back to her. Next thing you know, they started grabbing the people from the previous administration. And then the issue changed, not from missing money. The issue changed to who authorized the printing. That two issues that we could have tackled simultaneously. But we forgot about what happened to the actual money that came in, to who authorized the stuff. And when you start seeing some of these things happening, a couple of months later, a year later, the international partners, USA, EU, the Swedish government, the British government, I think it was about 12 diplomatic embassies. They wrote a letter, a public letter to the government of Liberia regarding using their funds from central bank that was sitting in central bank. Again, money gone missing. It wasn't bad enough. They took money from the Liberian people that went missing, and we still ain't got the story that still spider story. Nobody can tell us a clear reason of what happened with the money. They took money from the international partners. When you start to see some of these things happening, you got to be worried. So we talking about you saying, oh, the same people who don't like Prince Johnson, they will be criticizing him tomorrow for pay to play. When Prince Johnson asks you for money to play, the problem is y'all agree to pay him money to play. And then y'all renege on it. That's all we're saying. Nobody on here saying, you know what? We love Prince Johnson and we support Prince Johnson. All we're saying is that you have not been loyal to your words. You've shown us that to the Liberian people out of 292 promises, 292 things that you said you were going to do. You have completed 24. We're still waiting for 177 to get started. It hasn't gotten started. And depending on when you read the actual report, depending on how you read it, the 91 that's ongoing, we know here, we the one who are on the ground and seeing things, we know ain't going nowhere. There's nothing happening with it. So the Liberian people, most of the time, you know, they don't come out and talk, but the beauty of this coming election is that Liberian people have more access to technology. So if we have maybe 20% of the people on social media, I can guarantee you today that number has tripled because of technology. They have more access to technology, so they can reason for themselves. They're not as gullible as this government think they are. To just throw anything at them and talk about the farm hospital, you go somewhere that more than likely will not have doctors, more than likely will not have resources, just like the 14 military hospital that sat there, and people like me who I'm not a physician, I never asked them for money, but when push came to shove that the Liberian people actually needed that particular hospital to get staff and ongoing for the COVID, I stepped in and did it. Not because I didn't vote for CDC, so I say, you know what, nobody might call me, but it was for the Liberian people. So we all, we like Liberia just as much as the next man. We all have our different ways that we want to see Liberia moving forward. But we must agree that bad governance are bad governance. Bad governance are the abuse of human rights. And we have not seen this government live up to any of the pillars of good governance. They haven't been responsible. They haven't shown us that they're responsible. They haven't shown us that they can hold anybody accountable. They haven't shown us that they are transparent. They haven't shown us that they are responsive when we ask them for something. They haven't shown us that they came to take care of us. They haven't shown any of that. Instead, the Liberian people are not only spectators, they're not even spectators around the stadium now. You know that they now push us all the way from the SKD, they now chunk us. We go all the way to Super now. Yeah, we can't even spot the stadium. We're not spectators. There's no Liberian business owner that can tell me within the last 5 years that things have been so great for them. I had a meeting today with 20 women entrepreneurs. The environment is bad. They are resilient, but the environment is bad. And what's so sad about it? There's no hope that it's looking like it's getting better. So y'all go up, you come down. The Liberian people again, they're not as gullible as the last election. They know this election will be exciting. This election, people will have more access to information. So when they go to the polls, they know what they go on. People are not going to vote for rice. People are not going to vote for T-shirt. It will be fine. We will take it. We will wear it, we'll eat it. But Liberian people know what it is to suffer. They know what it is to suffer. We can have different definitions of suffering, but we all know when we won't suffer. And the basic thing that people are asking for this government, we just want to see something. We want to see something. But I personally think this is the 11th hour, and it is too late for CDC government. It's too late. I don't think there's anything they can do to change people's mind. This election is for the opposition. We'll fire my was said, but this election here is for the opposition. And I believe strongly. Well, I will not tell you, but I know we'll win it.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Matu. Dr. Richardson.
Okay, so I just want to join some of my panelists here today to congratulate you, Dr. Peabody. I'm very proud of you. I'm proud of the work that you do in Liberia. It's always a proud moment when Liberia in the diaspora can contribute to Liberia. As an educator, someone who have been teaching for 19 years, and someone who have read, published, critical thinking is very important to me. So when I see people that just take knowledge, what they learn, and apply it to all situations, it bothers me. So I call it out when I see it, okay? And this is exactly what I was speaking to when I mentioned Boakai's speech today. I know many people may not like my views because they are thinking from a partisan or political point of view, but when I'm sorry, I just got interrupted by my baby. Okay, thank you. So when I see someone that just taking the concept of I'm hearing echo. Can somebody please mute themselves, please? Thank you. When I see someone that just take the concept of developmental stages, something that was developed by P&J, a psychologist. Okay, he was one of the persons that developed developmental stages here. And just apply blanketly to Liberia, it bothers me because I want leaders who would take into consideration our population, research and anecdotal studies, anecdotal information about our country to make decisions about education, to make decisions about the suffering of Liberian people, to make decisions about living conditions. So we shouldn't just take Western concepts, okay, like developmental stages, and make it applicable to all, and then come on this platform and want to have an argument to prove a point. This platform was not designed for that. As far as I've been here for a couple of years now, we all have views to exchange. Nobody have authority over one person's view or the other, especially when somebody is more knowledgeable in information. And my knowledge is backed by USAID and UNESCO, two major companies that tend to always focus and study on Liberia. UNESCO talks about how the average age of students, especially in underdeserved communities, tend to be they don't start school at 6. They start school somewhere between 8, 9, or 10 years old. USAID spoke about the same thing. There's always also an overreach, what we call overreach of students, meaning that there's more students than teacher. That affects the ability of students to learn. And so when I say these things, I'm coming from a place of knowledge, a place of research. And so I asked, I wouldn't come from a political point of view. So I come from a place where I'm asking our leaders to be open-minded. I come from a place where I'm not here to have another panelist tell me, oh, X, Y, Z. Stick to the issue that you know, and I will stick to the issue that I know. Okay. And then, of course, when it's a disservice to Liberians when we just present to them.
But this is a political platform. This is not a question people whom.
Yeah. Eugene, don't do this. Give the sister time to finish. No, Eugene, don't do this. She's doing her closing. You have your time. Don't interrupt her, please.
You say you
we don't use the word crazy people home, by the way, even though some people present themselves to live in crazy people home, but I'll continue. So let's go back now to speaking about why I was talking about developmental stages. I just want an inclusive understanding of the way how Liberians present from our leaders. The next point I wanted to talk about is about trust. I think someone mentioned the reason why leaders should have characteristic called trust. Okay. When we talk about trust, we see that we are made promises to Nimbayans, and he didn't fulfill those promises. Now we see that negotiations are going on. That creates a lack of transparency. That creates that he has something up his sleeves. A lot of people are saying that he's probably looking to be elected. So that's why he's now trying to quote or talk to Prince Johnson. It only tells us, I hope, lesson learned here that, if you are a leader and you are making promises to the nation, you should fulfill your promises. Very similar to what Salamatu was talking about earlier, making 200 or more promises and not fulfilling these promises, including the one that I would give jobs to Nibayans and not doing that. I also want to talk about the issue of Samuel Tuet. Samuel Tuet his name comes up every time we talked about money being misappropriated or money being not allowed to the right county in Liberia. We talk about the issue of 40 million or 5 million being misappropriated. Again, I want to just blame the leader of our country. Okay, I want to blame George Weah. Can somebody tell me? And I'd like to ask the question: does he not know that money, the 14 million or the 5 million, are being misappropriated or not being given to the counties? Is he not part of this whole understanding of how decisions about this money are being made? Why does a president keep a finance minister in a job when we know there's all these questions that always come up about money situation? So that would be a question that I have. Liberia, Liberians, you have a very important decision to make October 10, 2023. We know that you're going to be voting right and not rice. We know that you're going to listen to all of what we have to say. You're going to weed out some of the people in our political discourse here who have been around and have been telling you information that is just not true. You are smart. You're gonna know those people who are braggadocious, who just come here and talk and talk and talk and talk, trying to influence you one way or the other. You are the one who experiences suffering, and you will be the one who will make the right decision for Liberia. My urge to you is to, again, try something different, try a new leader, try a leader who promised to at least give us a more deserving Liberia, and a leader who we can hold his or her feet to the fire. All right, don't just elect people, hold their feet to the fire. Liberians, right now, we need competent leaders. We don't need talkers. So that is all I have to say today.
Dr. Richardson, I want to say thank you very much. And to all of our followers, we say thank you. As always, this is the Spoon Talk. We are getting ready to bring in the senator from Nimba County, Senator Jeremiah Cohn, who is preparing to join us. Probably today is Thursday, so next week. I will ask that we make that schedule next week. I want to say you will have your time on the show to discuss issue concerning Liberia. But this thing about Liberia, we have to address it. Get mad. Say what you want to say. But I will ask every one of us, we should refrain from attacking each other on the show. Because for the sake of our audience, we should exercise restraint and show respect. But let's speak on the issue. This election is going to be rough. It's like the song we always say, starting all over again. It's going to be tough. It's going to be rough. It's going to be hell to pay. It will be hell to pay. You got some folks that are still encouraging the president. Mr. President, you're doing well. Mr. President, you built Fulton Military Hospital. The people will vote for you. Mr. President, you built a hospital, the Ember Hospital in Bapolu. So therefore, the people will vote for you. Mr. President, you pay the WISE fees for students. Oh, they love it. They will vote for you. Mr. President, you pave the road from here all the way to New Egypt. The people will vote for you. Mr. President, don't worry. We're going to hold on to the people $5 million for Bond County. It's okay. Don't worry. Since 2018, we will hold on to the people money in Nimba County, Rembas or Bond County. 7.5 million belongs to Nimba County. Don't worry. Samuel Eto'o can stand up and tell and say, you want us to give you a job? Vote for us 2023. Listen, the people ain't stupid no more. The people ain't stupid no more. You can put a blame on the president, though. You can blame him. Where it is good, you praise him. Where it is bad, you blame him. But I will not sit on this show to be a follower. I will not sit on the show to say because I can talk to you, it means I should encourage your behavior. Delete my number. Block me for life. I don't need to be your friend. I don't need to be your buddy. When our people in Liberia are suffering, I don't need to be your buddy. When our people begging for bread every day, drinking dirty water and having cholera every second, I don't need your friendship. I need a better Liberia. I need a place for our children and our grandchildren. A place that our folks can go to hospital and receive perfect and good treatment. I need a place that we call a home. That when we leave all this cartoon pushing job, we can go back and say, sweet home, sweet home. Mr. President, wake up. And Dr. Richardson asked a good question. Mr. President, have you asked 712 where is the 5 million or you know about the 5 million? Have you asked where is the 7.5 million going to Nimba County or do you know about it? Come on, man. We know we're going to lose some friends. It's okay. They have started already. We know we're going to lose some dear friends that we have associated ourselves with. Eat together, drink together, party together. It's okay. We're going to lose some folks on Spoon Talk. It's all right. But after October 10th, we will come back together. We will. But you know why? Because spade was paid, man. Get some bad folks in the government. Oh, very bad folks in the government. They have the family overseas. They don't care about you. They have the loved ones overseas. They don't care about you. The children going to good schools. The husband and wives enjoying riding big cars. They're sending the money in America and in other countries. They just don't care about you. How you eat, how you sleep, how you work, how you get paid. They care less. And we need to speak on these things. We need to talk about these things because this is our country, Liberia. If we call the name, they get mad. I'm not going to talk to you. Don't talk to me. Talk about the Liberian situation and fix it. It's bad. You know how many families call every day? You know how many folks going to bed hungry? Look at the American Baptist Church praising our brother Dr. Peabody for building one well. You know how much it's going to cost you to go in the slum when people are drinking dirty water, but you can build, take $2,500 to build one hand pump. We did it in Pakistan. We did it in Ghana'sville. We went through Dr. Peabody. We built wells for folks who don't need to name it. But you're begging the people to vote for you, to use them and dump them again for 6 more years. You're begging them to vote for you. What have you done for them? The first 6 years they gave you, the first 9 years they gave you, what have you done for them? You've been Minister for Finance for 6 years. What have you done? Everything we ever hear Samuel Eto'o say is loan, 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 loan. You know how much debt he's going to leave with our children and grandchildren? They will end up selling Liberia. They will put Liberia on the auction block and go for the highest bidder, if there will be any. It's bad. That's what Prince Johnson said. From Madam Sally loan, they forgave that grant. They forgave the loan. Come down to this one. Loan again? Loan? Then you call yourself fiscal responsible finance minister? You are not. You cannot be a better finance minister, and all you do, you live and depend on loans. Dig hole to cover hole. And you want to praise yourself? The budget almost $8 million, you couldn't even generate it. To pay Civil 7, you can't. You're begging for IMF to bring 100 million for you to pay Civil 7. And you call yourself fiscal responsibility, a responsible finance minister. You are not. You are 1 + 1 + 2. That's how you call you. Dig hole to cover hole. I see that Mita give you small money, you chop it. Western Cluster gave you small money, you chop it. RGM gave you small money, you chop it. You run it behind every Opason hole. You cannot find the Opason, you find Scorer and Rat and Mouse and Kitty Kitty. And you want us to celebrate you? We can't. We can't. Those that are on your payroll, go tell them to celebrate you. Those that you get 500 every month to sing your praises and move from one radio station to another radio station to say you are doing good, you are not. That's not your money you're using. They won't come to your office. Chief, what's up? Yeah, take 500. You know you got to go to the radio station to talk about me, right? The other one come to you. Chief, well, yeah, my man, $10,000. We'll correct you. Shame on those folks that are begging you for money and think you are doing a good job. Liberia shall know you, and Liberia will know you. You're selling this Liberian soul to the devil, and you're celebrating and say you're doing well. You are not. Let our country make money, make her own money. Let our people benefit from our natural resources. Rich nation, poor people. Rich nation, sick people. Rich nation, only few gather the wealth of the nation for themselves and the family. Go to the Ivory Coast. See some of these folks' family living. And you're going back to say, give us 6 years? How dare you to ask for another 6 years? When you squander the other 6 years, when you kick our folks aside, turn them into beggars. Look at young people selling between cars, chew gum, 35 cents, 35 cents, bread, dollar. University student graduating, no job. You say you were going to create jobs. Where are the jobs? You said it. It's one of your many million promises you made. You said it. We have our loved one, our sisters and brothers. They went to school, they graduated, they get bachelor. They went by, they graduated, they get master. The only thing they can do now is just going to school and hoping. Come on, man. Just came from Florida, man. Guys, there's no more toll booth. You're seeing it in your community. There's no more you reach to the toll, you pay. Everything you just go through. Everything is system. It's system, everything. What's the system we have in Liberia? What's the system? Should we talk of the promises? Let me do my closing. I think I have done my closing. This is crazy. This is bad for our country. I don't care if Joseph Yiman Boakai wins. I'm not a supporter of Joseph Yiman Boakai. I'm not a supporter of George Manawia. I'm not a supporter of Cummings. I really care less. I just want the best man or the best woman to win. The best man or best woman to lead. If Joia repent and change from his ways and give a 350 in the less than 10 months, and God shine upon him to be the leader, fine. If he can turn things around, good. Our people need to be happy. You keep saying the same old. I'm going to IMF meeting. I'm going to World Bank meeting. For what? To beg for money. You are sitting on gold and diamond and you stay begging for money. The richest, the biggest iron ore. Go and dig them out and sell them, but you stay begging for money. The folks you going to beg for money, they come into your country, taking away your golds and your diamonds and your natural resources. Be wise and stop being a beggar. Then when you go there, the people owe the country, you say, okay, take 14, give her 10. When they give you the 10, you take the 10 again, you won't give it to the people. Hey man, that's where that when you get bad luck, just stop making our country poor, man. Just stop. Just stop hurting our people. It's bad. It's dangerous. Let me tell you guys, we will speak. We will speak. We will say the truth. We will. Even to our dying bed, we will say it. Nothing you can say will scare us. Sametua will go to women's men and say, go sue Spoon. You're designing a plan to shut Spoon down. Who are you doing it to? It won't stop me. I'm a Liberian. I will go to Liberia and speak. You can stop me. I will go on D2FE. I will travel to other countries. I will speak. You can shut me down. You can shut the station down. Well, you will be taking breath from the folks' mouth. That's what you would do. That's the best you can do. I'm not getting down from the radio station. I have never received a penny. I'm spending a lot of money every day to be a blessing to folks out there. You sit on your radio, you listen to us every day. Shut it down. But guess what? You can shut us down because we are not foreigner to Liberia. We are Liberian. We say it as it is. Go to your other friends and give them $3,000 a month to shut them out. Go to them and give them $200. Put it in the pocket. When they come and see you, take them to Calabash and give them bread. Say you're picking to get them 500 and 1,000. That's all you can do. Let's have a wonderful show tomorrow. May God bless us. May God keep us, guys. Let's pray for our country, Liberia. It's about time that we start real fast in prayer to redeem ourselves. I want to say thank you, Dato Richardson. Thank you, Sister Salamatu. St. Thomas and George, we say thank you. Eugene Fagon, as always. Dato Peabody, congrats to you. We appreciate you, one of us. You're doing a lot in Liberia, and we hope that God can continue to shine his face upon you and your ministry. We appreciate Kev Hassan, as always. We say thank you. Byron, thanks for holding it down, my brother. We look forward to
hold it down, gentlemen. Hold it down. Hold it down.
Thank you.
Hold it down. Hold it down, people.
Hold it down, man.
First, man.
My fat green
Good night, everybody.
Have a good night.
Good night. Well, Jeans, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, Byron, you can end the show. You can end the show.
Well, that's how I love to draw down the curtains of today's broadcast. The invitation is yours to join us at 6 when we should have resumed the first segment of 5:30, the first segment of our day's broadcast. My name is Byron. I've been here with Jeans Goody Flomo and the Spoon FM team. Join us tomorrow at 8:30, same time for the program Spoon Talk. Do have a good night.